Laura
stuff.
took me, she said,
Yeah.
July, and I go, we hit the spot where we were coming up, and we did it, and you know what? We're going like 5 or 6.
Wow.
So.
That's like the only two places you can really.
Yes. Every 3 year period. And,
We need anything as interactive socialization.
yeah, my.
All right, so I have that it is 5:45 PM on Tuesday, July 15th, and I will call the study session to order regarding fences adjacent to state highways, and I'll turn it over. This is a continuation of our discussion from about a month ago. I'll turn it over to Director Workman.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. As the mayor just astutely noted, this is a continuation from a previous conversation we had last month, specific to fences adjacent to state highways. The study session is intended to provide some updated information, do a real brief recap of some of the options that were laid out previously, and then later in your agenda, there's an item for specific direction. So with that, we will get started. The code identifies 7 different areas that fences may be located on residential property. The images on the slide and the details associated with each area were provided in your packet, so staff's not going to go through all of that in detail, but certainly we are available for questions you all may have. In short, the takeaway from the fencing regulations is that the code recognizes that there's a unique context of a lot, the area of the city, or the character of a zoning district necessitates different zoning standards. The code acknowledges that there are certain externalities associated with being adjacent to a state highway, specifically things like noise, dust, pollution, things of that nature, that are just different from being surrounded by other residential uses with smaller and less frequently trafficked roads. This is why fences in Area 5, the area regulating fences adjacent to state highways, allows for fences that are 8 feet tall and have 100% opacity. Again, opacity being how much you can see through the fence. In the residential zone district, these fences, in order to have that 100% opacity, as a reminder, there are requirements for landscaping and offsetting and setbacks and things of that nature. Which, as a reminder, the code says that there's 3 options that a property owner can choose in order to satisfy the requirement and have 100% opacity, or what I would refer to as a solid style fence. The first option is to have a 4-foot offset from the property line with 2 trees or shrubs every 100 feet. There's a second option that allows a fence to be located on the property line, the shared property line between the right-of-way and the property line, the private property. But the caveat is you have to have offsets of at least 4 feet deep by 15 to 25 feet long, no less than 25% of the length of that fence. And then the third option is to set it back a full 25 feet and landscape it with trees and shrubs every 20 to 30 feet, excuse me, or such that the landscaping will screen at least 25% of the fence in 3 growing seasons. Some may ask, why have such a requirement? Well, the intent of the requirement is to avoid the quote-unquote fence canyon effect, which is the top 2 images there, where you have long stretches of tall fencing that is completely solid. Instead, the regulation is trying to get at those 2 images on the bottom there that soften the visual effect from the state highway, provides some landscaping, as well as the added benefit of having places for snow storage during winter months. While there are properties that have implemented the code and it has resulted in an aesthetically improved environment, there are properties throughout the village where the intent has not been fully realized, or there are properties that have allowed their fence to deteriorate rather than construct a new fence that meets the current requirements. Due to some of the existing conditions, council wanted to discuss fencing adjacent to state highways, which is what brought us together back in June, and then brings us again here this evening. So more as a reminder for council than anything, There were 4 potential options identified in your packet. Those are not the only 4 options. There's many other options, but in order to start the conversation, those 4 options were identified. Again, the first being make no changes, leave the code as it is. That creates some consistency across the village. However, those fences can be expensive to construct and maintain, and there's a perception of private property being public space. And additionally, there are some legitimate challenges with maintenance and relocating existing fences further back into the private property can have impacts to existing mature landscaping. A second option for council to consider is to quote-unquote grandfather or allow existing fences as of today to be what we would call legally non-conforming. So if it's in existence today, they could repair, maintain, like-for-like materials and things of that nature. But if they wanted to make any changes to materials, location, anything, size, anything like that, then they would have to meet the underlying requirement for the offsets, the landscaping, and that stuff.
So before you move on, sorry, can you just go right back? I want to make sure that I understand obviously this, I guess that's concrete wall on the left looks like it might need some maintenance, but the wall on the right, that does not meet our current code, right? If they
That is
needed
correct.
to rebuild this, they would not be able to rebuild it like that
That is correct.
because it's on the property line, solid, with no landscaping or indentations.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question too.
Yeah.
So, if I heard you right, if we grandfather, then we would allow them to exchange like for like or make repairs. Are we not allowing them to make repairs at all?
So the ordinance requires for a fence such as the one that's legally non-conforming, a property owner can repair or maintain up to 25% of that fence every 2 years.
Okay.
So they would just have to do it in sections over the course of however long 2 years would take to get them their full length of the fence.
But practically speaking, if a car ran into the fence and
Right.
you had a hole in your fence and you needed to repair that immediately, you could, under the code, that's why that provision is there, to allow you to make repairs in specific sections.
Correct. That's the intent, but in practice, it often.
But like this concrete wall on the left, if they said, oh, this thing's really crumbling, we want to rebuild it, they could only rebuild 25% every 2, and it's 25% of each, or is it 25% total?
25% of the property line where that fence is located.
Okay, so they'd only be able to do 25% of this. It would take 8 years to rebuild that wall.
I understand that part. I guess I am curious about some of the fences that are in such disrepair. If we are not allowing them to make any repair, I guess I'm just confused.
So-
Do we really discourage them? And I understand the 25%.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think that's the meat of the discussion, so let's,
Kind of
let's like let Paul finish his presentation,
Okay.
and then
All right,
we'll
sounds
jump
good.
into that.
sounds good.
This can wait, but I'm just curious as to the timing of the existing code when that was put in place and the history of the regulation.
The third option that was offered in the staff report is to do some type of amendment to the existing standard whereby council's desire would be to allow a potential fence all the way to the property line, all the way to modifying the changes in the location of the fence, to modifying landscaping requirements. There's any number of things that we could do to modify the existing code. The fourth option was to simply just create new regulations that would better reflect the desires of council. Certainly that is an option. That option would probably be a longer time frame than some of the other options, but it certainly is an option that we'd be happy to do if that's council's desire. And we're at the end. But certainly understand that there's conversation and questions to be had.
So to Counselor Robinson's question, do you remember when, I mean, I was on council, I know that, but that doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah, so There were some tweaks back in 2019 when the city did a wholesale update modernization of the code. It's my understanding that the fundamentals of the fencing code that exists today were a result of the blue ribbon panel, which some of you will know better than I will. And back in like 2015, 2016, sometime in the mid-2010s, there were changes to the fence ordinance.
It was earlier than that, because that was before I was on council. So I think it's more like the 2019 timeframe was when these landscaping, when the setbacks, I mean, obviously you used to be able to build on the property line because almost all of those fences
that's
are
correct.
built on the property line. And so it was while I was on council. I remember having the discussion. Rob, were you on PTRC at the time?
I remember when we had a discussion about fence height. I'm trying to remember if that was the same discussion that also included setbacks.
It was not a part of the
was.
code modernization effort, though, in 2019.
It was before that.
There were,
Yeah,
the offsets were definitely before code modernization.
Yes.
Correct.
That I know.
So it's been a while.
So many of these fences were built decades before.
Correct. Yes.
Almost all of them, I mean,
Almost
really.
all of them. Yeah.
So can I just, it sounds like we're talking about two issues. And I just spent a lot of time looking at these things. So one is, do we want to grandfather non-compliant fences back to some date, whether it's today or if it's fences that were existing before we changed the code, whatever, that's a discussion to have. The second is, do we want to eliminate landscaping? Which I think is something you've discussed, right?
Well, so I guess the first question is there consensus that fences along state highways have a particular challenge and that the current code, like, do people think there's a problem? I do, but is there consensus that our current code doesn't really hit the mark?
And could I just ask, what is council's intent? Is it to incent the code, the fences that look bad to be repaired? What are we trying to accomplish?
That's a good,
Well, I think
that's a good
I think that's a
question.
good question that I raised before. One of the things, because tend to forget where things come from, right? And the thing is that if we lived in a perfect world, Cherry Hills would have no fences. Cherry Hills does not want fences. It wants open space and but it moved from that to, okay, but, we live in the real world and what do we do? But it's always with that intent. And then I was interested when you said, we can amend it with the desire of council, and hopefully the desire of council would be to keep it consistent with the master plan. But it's always important, I think. Now, the community could change their minds about that, and let's face it, they are. The community is changing, but I don't know that if they came in and voted on it, that they still wouldn't say, yeah, we like the idea of keeping more open. Well, then how come everybody's building these freaking fences all the time? And they're trying to get them my sense is they're trying to get them as more opaque as they possibly can. They're really pushing, and they certainly are on my street.
Then it's not just, it's everywhere. Everybody pushes the maximum opacity.
Yeah, it's so that may have changed, and I know, Rob, I think you might have some thoughts about that. It's like, and that was a discussion, I think, when we talked about at council that one time, and I think PTRC talked about it as well, which was Cherry Hills desires to be open, but then, you got to bring in and do things that are reasonable, et cetera. But it's always with that backdrop in mind. And then the intention of and I think this goes to Karen's thing, well, why would we do that? Because we were trying to drive people to go to the code. That's what was being done when that was put in. It was trying to drive people to do these things, not force them, not make them, but incentivize them to do that. That's where that was coming from.
So-
That may have been wrong, but
There's no incentive.
So,
But I think what ended up happening is that didn't work.
No, it didn't.
but philosophically, and I don't want to spend the whole 45 minutes talking about philosophy. Philosophically, it's that, yes, we have a master plan that wants open spaces, but that has to be balanced against individual property owner rights. Like, I own a piece of property, and I have some rights with respect to that. And I don't care if all of my neighbors want open space. I might want a fence for whatever reason. And so you kind of have to balance those two things. By buying a piece of property in Cherry Hills Village, I didn't agree to be bound by everything that's in the master plan. That's just a expression of the majority of the.
No, but you agreed to be bound by whatever the ordinances of the city are.
Yeah, I agree to be bound by the laws, right. That doesn't mean we don't have to consider property owner rights as a balance. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah, and I
let me
agree with
just-
that. I
Let me
agree.
throw out one thing that really hasn't been part of the discussion, just playing a little bit of devil's advocate here, because I'll just say up front, I think we need to grandfather in. But one option available so we wanted people, as they needed to reconstruct their fence, which will eventually happen over some long period of time, that people would go to this more open feeling, less fence canyons, less opaque. But that hasn't worked, and the result has been fences are falling down all over the place because people can't rebuild them the way they are, and the impacts of complying with this code is too costly, and I don't necessarily only mean financially. The mature landscaping, to your point, Doug, a lot of these fences were built decades ago. And the trees on the inside of those fences are 60 years old. And in order to move that fence 4 feet back, all of those trees would have to go. Right? And I don't think that wasn't what we were trying to incentivize. We weren't trying to incentivize telling everybody along University to cut down their 60-foot trees.
It seems to me, though, that we do have a desire, at least I do, to incent these falling down sections of the fences to be repaired. And is there, to me, I'm just throwing this out there for consideration, maybe there's a period to the grandfathering. So if you will repair your fence with up to, within the next 2 years, we'll grandfather you in. Otherwise, you're going to have to be in compliance with our code or our regulation.
That's an interesting thought.
I guess the question that I have for you is the fences that we're talking about that are the ones that are the worst looking, I guess I'd say. And Paul, if you can go back to slide 2, I guess it was.
If any of you property owners are watching, I'm sorry for criticizing your fence.
Is it this one, Counselor Avery?
Next one.
Next one? There we go.
Those versus, keep going next.
Where
Option
you had
2
the
now.
intent there.
No, I'm sorry, the one that shows the one along the university that's a solid wall that, where I'm going is
Oh,
that,
that's not compliant.
To be clear, these are
it
all
was
compliant.
stone or brick, I'm sorry, Paul, that was stone or brick that we've decided that doesn't meet the code.
Keep going, yeah.
It's the one along Sunset.
I think the next one after
Yeah,
that.
it's sunset.
Is that along Sunset?
Yeah.
But I guess my question to you is that,
There.
that one there, is that one's probably not 60 years old, but that's also not the one that we're finding to be the least attractive. The ones that are the least attractive are not that costly because, at least right now, they're, I think, wooden fences. To construct them in compliance with the code today, I guess where I'm going on this is, we do have a variance process that they can apply for. And I don't know if we necessarily, and I throw this out for discussion, is do we say we have a code, we like the code, and if you came to me and said it's going to necessitate me cutting down 60-year-old trees, that is more in keeping with what I would consider the terms under which we might consider a variance than somebody who comes in and says, it's just too costly to take this picture on the right and rebuild it to look that same way in compliance. Because I think the intent, as Earl mentioned, was we wanted not to have a canyon. We wanted to have some vegetation. We wanted to have that. I think, in essence, we're still saying we want that. We just want to find it in a way that meshes up with what's there. I don't think this one on the right is going to fall down anytime soon.
No, but if
That's
and when
what we're
it
talking
did,
about.
you see these trees here, they'd all have to go.
I'm sorry?
Do you see the trees right behind that wall? They'd
Yeah.
all have to go.
It depends, they might. They might.
But I
Here's the
guess,
thing, though.
yeah.
Here's the thing. when someone comes in and says, I want to remodel my house, we don't say to them, well, you need to put in a new electrical panel and allow them to say, yeah, that's going to be too expensive. I don't want to do that. So don't make me do that. It is expensive owning a house here in the village.
Well,
We all know
we
that.
we do say you've got to bury your lines.
Yeah.
Over a certain period,
You're making the same point, but
Yeah.
I think the
Yes.
comparable point is we don't say you have to build it in a Tudor style because that's what we think looks attractive in our community. And that's
and
kinda
we're
where
not
we're
saying
getting.
that. Because,
Well, we kinda
because,
are.
because here's some of the things, I thought an interesting point in, I don't know if it was in this material or the material you provided previously, there is benefit to having those bump outs or to having the fences back. One, the snow storage or snow snorage, which I think you did say in the last meeting and I chuckled at.
Probably.
But also, it helps the city employees who are doing maintenance work not damage those fences. During the snow removal process was another point that you made in that. And so I think those are rational city reasons for requiring it to be set back further or to have some bump outs so that there's adequate protection for the city in terms of services it needs to provide. I'm not against the grandfather thing. I just don't think saying it's too expensive is the right rationale.
And like I said, it's not a financial issue necessarily. It is that the cost, not financial cost, the cost to their enjoyment of their property. So we are getting, in my opinion, dangerously close to saying, this is how we want our community to look. So all of you need to build your fences to look like this. That is not Cherry Hills Village. St. Mary's has a chain link fence
And
adjacent to a state highway. I don't think anybody would and when we had this fence discussion, we specifically discussed whether we would restrict what kind of materials people would use. And I remember I and at least some other people said, that's a bridge too far. Like, that's just too big, brother. What we think looks nice isn't really relevant. A private property owner has the right to decide what they think looks nice. While I understand the snow storage removal or snow storage process, I don't think we have the right to take somebody's property so that we can use it to store snow.
What would
Like,
you recommend?
that doesn't
then?
seem right.
What do you recommend? And I guess the issue I have with grandfathering is that it allows disrepair and kind of ugly fence in perpetuity. So how do you solve that problem?
Well, I think it actually does the opposite. Because if you go back one slide to or maybe keep going, this fence here on the, right here on the right. They want to rebuild, but they can't. And because they'd have to move it back 4 feet and they'd have to take out all of that landscaping right there.
I thought this was compliant because
I
it
thought it
was
was
4 feet
compliant.
back.
It is not, it's right on the property, it's right on their property line.
No, the one on the right is not compliant.
The one on the right is not.
Yeah, it's right
an
on the
existing
property line.
condition, but it's not compliant.
If they replaced this with new wood, that would look a lot better. It might not be as pretty as the other examples that you saw, but it would look a lot better.
But the issue why it can't be moved back is trees?
They'd lose all those trees.
So that's a variance.
But we don't, first of all, we don't control variances. And that, as of now, is not necessarily a legitimate reason to grant a
No,
variance.
but what we
So-
discussed in the last meeting is we could set up a provision that permits a variance for protection of trees in order for a fence to become compliant. That's another way of managing that
It is a
issue.
different way of managing. I think that potentially creates a lot more ambiguity in the scenario. If you have a volunteer 4-foot-tall tree, does that qualify as protecting tree? There's just a lot of subjectivity
Well, I think
in
you
that,
put
and
parameters
that's,
around it. Yeah.
well, I think it's easier to just say, we've lived with these fences for 50 years. We can keep, it hasn't been a problem up until now. If you want to rebuild it exactly the way it is, you can do that. If you want to make changes, and if you wanted to make this fence all brick, for example, then you've got to comply. But this gives you an option to maintain the status quo, and if maintaining your landscaping is more important to you than whether your fence is made out of brick or wood or whatever, that then is the homeowner's choice. But we've lived with it this long, we can continue to live with it. I think that we would see more people maintaining and keeping up their landscaping. Because as you can see from the one on the top, which is compliant, that didn't achieve the desired effect either. So when we start to get too prescriptive into what people can and cannot do, it's impossible to cover every possible scenario.
Yeah, I think that's right, but I don't, I just, when you started, you said we're getting dangerously close to telling people. I don't see it that way. I don't think we're getting dangerously close. I think we are moving in that direction, but we're not getting dangerously close. That's number one. Number two, I do think Doug had an interesting concept that we should talk about, make sure we go all the way around it. That was an interesting concept. But for me, and I was trying to get my head around the whole grandfathering thing, which I think I can and I do, although I was kind of the view that said, yeah, we're like for like or better. And why wouldn't we do that? I mean, if you were going to do it and do it like for like and give the opportunity.
Whose opinion of better?
Well, that would be established, and it would. I mean, the city would establish a hierarchy. We may say it's wood, it's brick, it's stone. I don't know, but that I'm sure that.
I do think there's a way to, probably not with location and probably not with height, but with materials.
No, that's what you're talking about. materials.
Descriptively set up ahead of time. If you have this as an existing condition, you're allowed to upgrade to the following,
To the materials, but no, I mean, like for like, height, there's no change in the height. That's like for like. I mean, that's the same. But that was interesting. Why don't you talk about that, Doug?
Seems
I
to
mean,
me we need some way to compel them to improve the
That's my
aesthetic of it,
perpetuity
you
sort
know,
of comment.
And just giving a period of time, it seems, I don't know what the right period, but it seems 2 years to me is plenty of time to come and decide and repair your fence, and that we would provide a way for them to do the whole thing rather than 25% of it or whatever, and we'd encourage that. And then if they didn't within that period of time, then they're out of compliance with our.
So I'm trying to put myself in the position of someone who has, like, go to one of these newer fences. I mean, I guess they're compliant. Or go to the Sunset one, right? That fence doesn't need any work.
Right.
But at some point it might, and it's not going to need any work in 2 years. Yeah, it did when a car went through it. I don't know, I don't want them to have to cut down their trees, like what?
Again, the only issue, though, that you're bringing up that, outside of expense, which let's take that off the table, is trees. To
No,
me,
but
that
it's-
seems like such a,
It's also the maintenance of the landscaping on the other side of the fence. When you live all the way down here, this person has a little access gate here, but this is the only one on that fence.
yeah.
They have an HOA, so their HOA probably owns and maintains that. But a lot of these others don't. And if you live halfway down in the middle of a state highway, that's why you end up with that scraggly looking landscaping that looks awful. They don't see it, so they don't care. They look out and they look at their fence. So.
I thought that was the second issue we were looking at, is do we want the landscaping or not?
Well, I think it's all of the above. I guess my point is that our code was intended to incentivize something. It has not worked.
Yeah, but
And
let
I
me-
don't know that there is a way to make it work. I think that having people have their fences look as good as they are willing to make them look is the best we can do.
And I guess one of the questions that I have taken a big step back is, some houses are run down and some houses are pretty. And nobody comes up to my rundown house and says, hey, Rob, pick it up. step it up a little, make it nice.
They try.
Well, they do, but within the code of,
Yeah.
you know,
We can only go
within
so
what we
far.
have about the code, and you can't have, you know, weeds, and you can't have grass and all those things. But the fact is if I do want to spruce up my house, I'm subject to a code that says, upgrade your power box to whatever standard it is, or, you know,
Right.
whatever the code is at the time.
But not aesthetics, not aesthetics.
Well, but not aesthetics, but.
But you've got compliant fences that look horrible, right? So it has nothing to do with whether they are in compliance
But
or
our
not compliance.
objective in this is aesthetics.
Well, but that's.
And
I don't
that,
know, I
we
don't
don't
think it
have,
is.
I think it is. The snow removal argument does not carry any weight with me.
But I
I'm
guess
sorry,
I'm-
if the city wanted to come store their snow on my property, I'd say no. They don't get to push it
These are
off onto
state
my
highway-
front yard.
these are state
I know,
highways,
but
that's
at anybody's property, if
But
any
that's
of
what the
the,
right-of-way is, and usually our roads are less than the right-of-way.
but not in
But
the state
not-
highways.
Not on the state highways.
Yeah.
But I guess where I'm going on this is that we have a code, and people can choose whether or not to have a fence to start with. And if they don't want to have a fence and don't want to comply with the code, or they don't want to comply with the code when a fence gets to the point that it is fallen over, they can choose not to have a fence. Now, they live on a state highway, it's loud and all those other things that we think are adverse.
And I'm not sure it's different than a setback.
So I think it is. And this is a great example, not to put you on the spot, Rob, but we all know your personal situation, right? There's no way that the city can say, if you want to do anything on that lot, you have to build at least 10,000 square feet. It has to be made of brick. It has to be 2 stories. And it has to look like we want Cherry Hills Village to look.
But we're not doing that.
Well, we
Why-
are,
why-
we are. That's like what we've all sat
disagree.
here and said,
No, no,
is
no,
that
I
this is
disagree.
the, we don't want the
No,
fence
hang on, I
here.
want to say something, because, you know, in aesthetics, and you talked, and then we talked about landscaping on these fences. That's not why, and I was on that council at the time, but that's not why those bump outs were there. Again, the city doesn't want solid fences. It does not want them. At that time, maybe they do now, maybe we want that, maybe we should change it. But at that time, it wasn't. And so we said, well, okay, what can we do? These people are on state highways, blah, 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 wherever they are. Okay, let's do this bump out thing, and let's put in some trees. It wasn't to have trees. It was to avoid having this solid fence along the roadway. That was the purpose of this. So
But
is
that's
that
aesthetics, yes.
Okay,
That's
well,
aesthetics.
Well, again, then you're challenging the concept, because it's aesthetics, saying Cherry Hills doesn't want fences at all. I mean, that's the first part. You start there,
Well,
and then you move forward.
That is our preference, but to Susan's point, we acknowledged during that discussion at the time that that is not our place to tell private property owners how something has to look. So we set certain, we pushed the limit of that balance between what is the community character and maintaining that without taking it all, and that's why I say, I do think it's dangerously close to being the aesthetics police. And we absolutely did not include materials. Somebody said, well, what if I want a chain link fence? Because nobody in that discussion at the time wanted people to have chain link fences. But the bottom line is you can. The reality is that most people in Cherry Hills Village don't want chain link fences, and most people don't have them, but some do. And that is not the role, in my opinion, of a city council, maybe an HOA, but not a city council. We're not here to tell you how things have to look.
But again, I mean, and we are philosophical. This is interesting. I mean, it is. I mean, it's exactly where Susan doesn't want to go. But I mean, the thrust is that the concept is, and we're not, it's like going, yeah, we don't, you're on University, you're on Bellevue, you're gonna put up a wrought iron fence. It's gonna have opacity, or whatever the opposite term is. You're gonna see through it, and that's all you can have. And that's not doing that. But then people said, well, you know, come on, there's safety, there's security, we're on a state highway.
There's noise
Yeah,
and
we
dirt.
gotta, and noise and dirt, we gotta drive towards having this other. Okay, if we are, then what do we want to do there? But again, remember, The starting position is, hey, you can put up a split rail fence or a wrought iron fence just like everybody else has. That's what you can have. Put it up.
But
Now, then it's not
yes.
doing what you're saying.
But then there was a recognition of people's private property rights. And that they have,
No. I
I-
disagree with that. I
Okay,
don't think
I-
that was true. It was about saying, hey, we had exactly that. It's a different along the state highways.
Yes, because the impacts to them are
There's a noise and a
different.
dirt and a this and a that and a that.
the impacts to them are much greater
And that's why we
than
did
other
that.
people. And so it's a balance of that's their right to protect their property in that way, despite
Right.
what we would ultimately like for things to look like. They have some control over what they would like as well. We don't just walk in and say, everybody has to have this. It's a respect for their own involvement in the decision-making of what their fence looks like within reason. And it is an absolute balance. It is a difficult balance to strike, which is why there are 7 different areas and all the caveats.
If that's your feeling on it, should we just say we can't have fence canyons along should we just totally eliminate that provision that says you have to have one of these 3, you have to meet one of these 3 options for new fences?
I mean, along state
No,
highways.
I think that when you're building something new, and it's not negatively impacting their, and they might choose to do it that way anyway, right?
Yeah, but they might come in and say, no, I want to do it just like this.
Well,
And
so,
you should let me do
but
that
here's the
because
deal.
you're
So this is
dictating
where I think the
aesthetics.
grandfathering strikes the balance. If you want to change your fence, then you're going to be expected to comply with the code. But if for whatever reason that is too onerous for you, you have the option of keeping what you've had for years and what we have all lived with for however many years, and that is your option.
So someone who doesn't have landscaping issues, who just says, I just want to keep regardless.
Whatever it is, I don't know, yeah.
You're going to let them, I really think this is an appropriate, if landscaping really is concerned, I think that's appropriate for a variation or for a variance, and we can craft a solution to that. I don't see a need for the grandfathering outside of the landscaping issue.
I want to
But
go to the question of the precedential value of grandfathering something under our code, because I'm nervous about when you grandfather one thing, because then it all of a sudden everybody says, you've grandfathered this, why can't I have that, whatever that is. And I don't want to, unless I have to, I don't want to go to a.
But we've
a grandfather.
grandfathered in other, I guess it's not quite the same as grandfathering, but we've carved out exceptions for a lot of other people.
Well, and, you know.
So I think
can't
these
necessarily
people on
change the
state
path.
highways
Carved
would
out-
make that
we
same
carved out a
argument.
lot of exceptions for other circumstances,
Yes.
not for other people.
Well, but for purposes
for
here today,
circumstances.
without reevaluating every one that we've done in the past, the question is, do I want to make a new one now that could be a precedent for somebody else? That, you know, like I said, let's say somebody says that, you know, I don't want to upgrade my power box. And, you know, that's safety related.
These are not the
I
same,
get
that is safety, that's a very, very different.
But somebody turns around and says, you know, I don't know what.
You know, I don't want to put in new appliances when I'm redoing my kitchen. I want to keep my 1971 refrigerator. Okay. We don't tell them they have to do that.
I do want to weigh in on this particular, we are trying to stay out of it as a staff, as you can tell. On this particular topic, though, of precedent, I will suggest to you that the code, not only here in Cherry Hills Village, but most fence codes do consider context. And they do allow different conditions, different requirements, and different criteria depending upon the context. So should council decide to have a different set of rules for fences adjacent to highways, as a staff, we would have no problems in
Yeah.
working with other residents in other criteria, other contexts, to say, yeah, sorry, that's different. We're not setting ourselves up for some sort of negative consequence as a result of that. I just say that to let you know, from a staff perspective, we don't see the precedent as being a relevant issue.
That's kind of what I was going to suggest. Rather than grandfathering completely, which also opens up, and we touched on this briefly before, we all understand why we're only talking about fences along state highways, and we all understand that there are different rules but the majority of the homes in my neighborhood are out of compliance inside the neighborhood too. So I think we're opening ourselves up. But what about grandfathering just for 2 years? Everybody keeps saying incentivize. I don't see what the incentive is, right? But the 2 years. And if at the end of the 2 years, I'm not sure any of these people are going to do anything. If they haven't done anything and their fences look that bad.
But that would only work for fences that already look bad now, not
we would
ones that look bad in the
specific-
future.
I know, but let's see if it does incentivize. Let's see how it works. I don't know.
Well, but to me, that's what we're trying to do I think we can agree that the fences look bad, that's why we're here. And we want to incent property owners to do something about it. And I feel I'm sensitive to these ones where they have big trees behind them and they built them decades ago. It doesn't seem fair to me to force them to take down those trees and so on. So I am in line with some sort of grandfathering, but I want something to compel them to try to make things better. And I think if we have a period of time where they would be then in compliance, that might do it.
Well, but like this picture here that we have, the one on the right probably is not going to fail in the next whatever period of time we set for grandfathering. If it's a 2-year period, let's hypothetically say, that fence doesn't look like it's going to become ugly and falling down in 2 years. So, that doesn't do anything to incentivize this guy. Now, the one on the left, maybe they say it's already in a state of disrepair, that they want to fix it. That might work for that one, but I don't know, I don't know if that's going to, a limited grandfather time frame or a free upgrade time. I guess I almost call it a, reprieve from enforcement, not necessarily grandfathering, but or an amnesty program. Maybe it works for some of them, but I just don't know that solves our problem. To me, if somebody came in, and I think I said this last time, if somebody came into me and said, look, I have, 5 50-year-old trees, and I don't count the newly planted 4-foot tree as landscaping that merits an exception. It has to truly be some criteria, which I won't go into time right now to figure out exactly what it ought to be. But I would rather handle that one through a variance procedure than I would through a change in the code. I mean, I don't want to be in aesthetics. If I want to live in an ugly house, again, or 1971 appliances, that's my business. I don't know that we want to be in the aesthetics business, but I thought we wanted to say, look, in order to be able to do our job as city function, I mean, that's why we have setbacks. And a fence on a property line precludes our ability to use our right-of-way. I do think there is a legitimate public interest in being able to, avoid claims for damaging somebody's fence, or I don't necessarily think about snow removal because I don't think, I want to go to the property issue of necessarily saying that's the function of what this is. But I don't know that grandfathering is going to get me to the business. I would rather handle it through a variance.
So our meeting is about to start. The one thing, and we have this on the agenda for any action that we may, or direction that we might want to offer to staff. The one point, so that I don't forget, that I wanted to mention with relation to what you just said, Rob, is that remembering that when a lot of these homes, particularly along all of the state highways, University in particular, many of them are older homes, much older. Some of the original homes in Cherry Hills Village.
Right.
University wasn't that big back then.
Right.
That fence was built when University now the state highway takes up all of the right-of-way. And what we are basically telling people is, now you need to give us some of your land. But and that's one of the things that is mentioned in the staff memo, is that that is land they cannot then really effectively use.
Yeah, but we have that with setbacks too. It's no different.
No,
than
you
a
can
setback to
walk
me.
on your setbacks.
You can walk along the back of that
You can
fence.
plant bushes,
And you can plant bushes along the back of the fence.
but you can't effectively use it when you have to walk all the way out the exit of your neighborhood
Build a
and
gate.
4 blocks
Build a
back
gate.
down. So
I don't,
That goes with the choice of putting a fence up. If you.
the
if you
fence was
wanna
already
use
there.
100%
The
of your
fence has
land.
already been there. The problem came to them, not the other way around. Yes, it is 6:30. So, okay, we will call to order the city council meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Heller?
Here.
Counselor Eber?
Here.
Counselor Holland?
Here.
Counselor McGuire?
here.
Counselor Robinson?
Here.
Counselor Fisher?
Here.
Will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will start with our presentation about our mid-year financial review. We'll start with City Manager Kramer.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, normally when we have a vacant finance director position, as we all know, we do have a new finance director starting on Monday, and she might be in the audience even. Say hi, Kelly. Hi. So she's here just to watch and listen, so that's great. But our finance consultant, Lorraine, is here. We normally do a weekly update, in your weekly update that you always get, in your monthly reports that you get by department, we often have financial information included. But since we've been without a finance director, there's been a little bit of a black hole on that information front. And so we thought it would be a good idea, especially as we're on the tail end of the audit process. There's an opportunity for Lorraine to come in and just fill in a little bit of the gap that's been created by that. So she's here. She's been doing a great job for us, and she will be staying on to help the transition after Kelly starts on Monday. So with that said, I will introduce Lorraine, and you might just talk about yourself for a few seconds and go into the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here and see you. I have been lurking about on occasion for past 6 months, and it's nice to be able to bring a report to you. Shortly after I started, I updated what you had been receiving in the past as far as quarterly reports, and that was in your packet. This time, I'm going over the first quarter financial reports, and they'll be a little different. But again, my name is Lorraine Trotter. I have a company called Professional Management Solutions, which consults in management and finance for cities and towns throughout the state and a few neighboring states. And one of our niches is to help out when there's vacancies in finance director or even city manager positions. Another niche is to help smaller cities and towns that may have a more limited staff, help provide some separation of duties, maybe expertise in certain areas if the staff there doesn't have it. But this is a kind of a assignment that I'm fairly familiar with, to come in when someone's just leaving and to hold down the fort for a while and then help to transition to somebody new. What I put in your financial report council message is, number one, don't worry, you're in great financial condition. Most cities and towns would be envious of your financial position, and so you can feel good about that. You also want to keep in mind the taxpayers who are contributing to that and what level of financial position you want to have that seems fair and relevant to them. So it's all good. There are many opportunities for improving the usefulness of your accounting system that you have. So that's been my other main finding while I've been here. You have what I think is the best financial accounting software for cities and towns. I've used many over the decades, and Cassell accounting software is what you have, and I think it's by far the best for two main reasons. One's just kind of a accounting nerd reason that has to do with combined cash and allocating cash to the different funds that you have to have with governmental accounting. There's not just one bottom line, you have 11. But the other one is the different modules and how well they can integrate. And they have what's called steps checklists that give the transaction people that are entering the transactions, a real good way to follow and make sure everything's done in the right order. It takes them to the right screens. And if they suddenly are sick or absent, somebody else can see where they left off and what still needs to be done to get a billing out or to get the bills paid. So I think you've got a great system. You've got many of the modules that are offered by Cassell, and there is some opportunity for integrating those better with the main features in the Cassell General Ledger. And some of those we've started over the past 6 months. The other thing we've looked at is your internal controls and making sure that when the auditors test that, that you have a separation of duties to the extent possible with the size of your staff. Big cities can have one person do a very small thing and somebody else reviews it and somebody else clears it and somebody else does the bank reconciliation. Often with small towns, some of them just have one clerk treasurer who's doing everything. But when you have enough people and you have to separate duties and this person enters, this person reviews, none of them that can send out money through payroll or accounts payable have access to the bank reconciliation process, things like that, then we can help shore that up. I didn't find anything wrong with the way you had separated the duties here, but in Cassell you can restrict permissions so that nothing can go wrong. So we started doing that to keep it so that even though the wrong person wasn't doing this task, we now made it so that they couldn't do it, and it gives them a level of protection. It says if something were to go wrong, say, I don't even have access to that. So it's a nice feature. It's almost time to have your second quarter financial statements ready. We didn't have all the bank statements and everything in time to get this report in, so we went ahead with the first and hadn't presented that to you anyway. And well, I'll talk about this and then briefly mention the annual audit that's been going on. That's taken a lot of my time and Laura's and Ariana's and some of your other staff's, Catherine's time as well. But looking at the financial statements, I did print the ones that come out of Cassell. And although they may not be what you want to use every time you ask about finances, I think it is important to use the reports that come directly out of the accounting system rather than just looking at things that are on a spreadsheet where there's certain items just put down that, that may or may not give the full picture or may, be used in some cases to keep from giving this full picture. I don't suspect that here again, but you want to be sure that you're saying, we see the actual financial statements periodically from the financial system. And so I'm going to breeze through these, not without tarrying too much on any part. But that first page is on the screen. I believe you have it in front of you. It does show this combined cash page. That is one of the features I like so much about Cassell, because it shows all of your bank accounts that you have in combined cash, and the accounting, just like at your local bank, the accounting is what keeps track of whose money is whose when each person makes a deposit or makes a withdrawal. And so you've got a very nice amount of cash, 45 million in cash, and you've got several investment vehicles, including some with Wells Fargo, but the three with the Colo Trust, CSAFE, and CSAFE, and the top one, CSLIP, are local government investment pools where all the cities and towns in Colorado that wish to participate can pool their money. It's invested by professionals. You get a much higher interest rate than you would on your own, even with your money. So that's a good thing that you've got so much money in those. Maybe keep more in there and less in checking.
May I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So does Cassell figure out which things to highlight, or was that you?
I highlighted these things.
Okay.
So yes, good point. So what I want to say is the top part of that page shows the 45.6 million. The bottom part shows which of your 11 funds owns how much of it. So your general fund owns 35 million of that 45 million. And I highlighted that on page 1 because the very next page is the starting of the balance sheet for the general fund. So if you go to page 2. Oh, it's me. Well, you'll see my limitations real fast here. Okay.
That's it, right? No?
I can do it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
While you're doing that, can I just make a comment? I look at numbers a lot, and so I need to dive into this further, but it seems to me there may be an opportunity, and this is for Kelly too, to put more of the funds into some higher yielding, better investment opportunities. It seems like there's a lot of cash in funds that are, I assume, very low yielding. So and I'm sure Earl and others would be happy to help with that at some point, should you choose to try to get some of our expertise.
Although we are restricted, and that is a problem. It's been raised many, many times. In fact, I was going to ask, we established a new fund, I think, last year. I think Doug established a new, not fund, but what is it? And I can't remember.
It was a new
CSLIP
local
or
government
CSAFE or-
investment fund group.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a CSLIP, that top one.
Has that been working out reasonably well? I mean,
It's very similar to the Colorado Trust and CSAFE that you have, and they're earning upwards between 4 and 5% on your investments. They're 100% liquid. You can remove your money any day if you call by 2 o'clock or whatever. It's your Wells Fargo checking that probably doesn't have a good yield. It has about 4.6 million in it at the top there. You have certain bank accounts that you need for your general improvement districts, Charlevoix and Southmore. But you're right, to figure out your cash flow as to what you want to keep in a checking account would really free up some of those millions that are in there and put them into the investment accounts.
but Doug brings up a great point. I mean, we always should be looking at trying to do that, and we're just restricted, but new eyes on that may, you try to. Yeah, exactly. No, it's a great observation.
Earl, it's a state statute that talks about conservative investments, liquidity, that kind of stuff, yeah.
Correct. Well, anyway, the way that 45 million is divided among the 11 funds is on the bottom part of that page. The first one was 35 million in the general fund, and I already switched to page 2 here and highlighted the top line of the general fund's balance sheet is that same 35,846,000. That's how much of all your cash in the combined cash accounts is owned by the general fund.
Can I ask one question? And again, I know we don't want to go into a lot of detail, but you're looking at this and you see stuff. So when I looked at that and I saw property taxes receivable, and then the way I looked at it, I said, okay, yeah, that's an asset, that makes sense. But then you go down in liabilities and it's the same number, deferred property taxes. What's going on there? What is that?
Yeah, that is a good question too. In Colorado, and I think most states, your property taxes are collected in arrears. So in December, you certify your mill levy to the state or to your county, and then you post that as a revenue, but it's deferred to the next year because you won't receive any of it until then. So we make a booking at year end to show the total amount that's going to be received the next year as a receivable, and the total amount also deferred revenue because it's not available yet. One could each month when the amounts come in, reduce both those numbers by the same amount and bring them down to zero by the end of the tax collection season. Most places don't do that because they are complete offsets, whether they're a big number or a small number, and they usually do it once a year at year end. The revenues, I'll point out to you as they do come in, are going to be shown in the next page or two. So starting on page 3, are the general fund revenues, and I highlighted your top 5 budgeted revenues. So you can just at a glance look through and see how you're doing. This shows you property taxes. You did budget 3.7 million in property taxes, and the certification, as we saw on the previous page, was actually 3,600,000. $770,000. So if you get all that, you'll be a little above budget. But over to the right on this, on each row, it tells you the period actual, which means the month of March. Then the year-to-date is through March, the whole first quarter. Budget is for the whole year. The unearned is what's yet to come in from your budget. And the percent column is what has come in from your budget so far. So through
So
March.
say that again, so period actual is just the month of March?
Yes.
Okay, and then year-to-date, obviously, okay.
Oh, I thought it was
That-
the 3 months.
Yeah, that
Through
confused
March.
me too, yeah.
Is that not the case?
So the year-to-date is the 3 months.
Okay.
And property taxes don't come in evenly. They're paid mostly in February, April, and June. So February taxes were paid in February, and the city got them in March. And so we just show them in March in this example. So you've gotten about a third of them so far for the year, which is what you'd think since they come in 3 big chunks in February, April, and March, and June, sorry. But you'll see your franchise fees are paid roughly quarterly, so you've got 34% of that. You've got sales taxes budgeted at $3.8 million, your very biggest revenue. You've already received 26.8% of those, and the year is 1 quarter done, so you've received slightly more than a quarter, and most of them come in in the Christmas seasons or summer, and so you're doing well on all your revenues. Motor vehicle sales tax fluctuates based on when people buy cars. They tend to buy them at the end of the seasons rather than early in the year. And building permits, you already have 60% of what you budgeted for that line item. So your revenues are coming in strong. I'm just going to skip the rest of the page, but you can look at the similar information for all of your less important revenues. And the bottom of page 4 shows your total fund revenue for the general fund. General fund, as you may know, is the chief operating fund of the city. Anything that doesn't have a specific requirement to be in another fund is in the general fund. And so that is your public safety, your building inspection, your administration, your street maintenance, things of that nature that don't have a dedicated revenue source of their own. General fund is mostly financed by these taxes because you're not charging fees for using the roads or having a patrol go by your house, that type of thing. So you've already gotten 30% of your general fund revenues for the year. We go to page 5. I'm not going to go through these line items, but now we're in the expenditures. Admin department, you might just glance at the bottom right total for each department. Here's the total admin department on page 5, has spent 26.8% of its budget for the year, and we're about a quarter of the way through the year, so that looks good. Some things get paid in the first quarter, and you don't have to keep paying them. So when you click through the rest of these pages, you'll see how each of those departments is going. And when you get to the bottom of page 8, you see the totals, total fund expenditures for the year. $3 million out of an $11 million budget, so you've had about 26.6% of your expenditures for the year. So that should give you confidence that your budget is fairly accurate and that you're on target of where you would expect to be this time of year. That's your major fund, is the general fund. And so I'm just going to go more quickly through some of your other funds. You have, I'll go back one page to this, page 12. The very bottom line says net revenues over expenditures for the year. And again, you've got a budget that you were going to have a net income, net revenues over expenditures for the year of $273,000. Already through March, you have $535,000. So you're looking good on the bottom line on page 12 with where your revenues are exceeding your expenditures for the year and you're ahead of budget. Now, you may have big things planned in the summer months that are going to eat into that profit, so to speak, but you're in a good spot right here at the end of the first quarter.
One question, is there ever a updated budget that happens midway through the year? Has that ever happened historically?
You,
So we do provide, usually there is actually on a more, sometimes a monthly basis for, maybe not this in-depth, but there's a summarized budget status information that we usually provide on a monthly basis in your packets. We also then, especially during COVID, provided some of those baseline numbers on the weekly updates once a month as well. To be fair, we've never used the direct reporting from the Cassell that you're seeing here today. This is a new approach. I think in the past, it's usually been reformatted to make it more user-friendly. So this is really the first time you're seeing it in this sort of more raw format, I guess I would say.
not so pretty.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I understood your question differently. We don't normally update the budget. The budget would require a vote of the council. So we get updates on how we're doing in relation to the budget, but generally, there aren't frequently changes to the budget unless it's something that,
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I just, it's helpful to see where we are, right? And there, we may have funds that we could maybe allocate to different things based on how we are doing through the year.
that's an interesting thought, and to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever done
Well,
that.
we haven't, but I mean, that's the thing is that would be an additional appropriation we have from time to time. And that changes the budget. I mean, when you have in mid-year an appropriation, which has happened occasionally, but not often, that in essence changes the budget, but we don't you're absolutely right. I mean, that's where I thought Doug was going with his question too. Wasn't certain, so.
Well, to be fair, administratively, so when the previous director, Director Farman, allocated additional monies into the CSLIP fund, he would check in with me periodically about moving monies between the investment funds versus the Wells Fargo and things like that. That would occur on an administrative side fairly regularly. We don't bring that back to council for approval. We just execute. But that's not allocating a new expenditure. We're just trying to maximize our money. That's all that is. Yes, yes, exactly.
And that's an interesting, that we can talk about that. I think that ties into the discussion we had about our policies and about being able to, it's your thing, Earl, that said we can't increase our expenditures unless revenues are coming in high, that discussion. So anyway, please continue. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to page 13, and here's where we're starting in the second of your 11 funds. This is your Certificates of Participation Project Fund, and you started this project a few years back. You issued certificates of participation. This shows you still have $186,000 left from those, and your fund balance starting the year, the yellow line there, is what you started the year with. On these reports, whenever it says fund balance, it's beginning of the year. And right under it, it says what's happened so far this year. It's gone up by another $2,000. And so you have total equity there of $186,000. And you're allowed to use these leftover proceeds to pay off your debt. And so when you go to page 15, you see that your expenditures are budgeted there to spend $180,000. So you will almost finish using those proceeds this year. In the meantime, you'll gain a little bit more interest, and then you'll be able to use the rest of it next time.
Now, I was going to ask that revenue, because it shouldn't really have any revenue, is because it's invested somewhere and it's earning interest.
Yeah, it shares in the interest of the combined cash. Yep. Going on to the next fund is the Conservation Trust Fund. This is one of those restricted revenue streams that I mentioned. You have lottery funds that come from the state. They share them with each municipality based on a formula related to population. And you get revenue here each year. You can spend it on parks projects and certain recreation projects like facilities, but not programs. So you started the year with $645,000. You've earned another $25,000 so far. When you go to the next page, you see you've gotten your first of the 4 quarterly distributions from the state lottery. of about 18,000. You're right on budget there for 25%, and you've gotten some interest on those investments during the first quarter. And then you have planned to spend a lot of this year. You plan to spend $639,500 on trail improvements. That will bring that fund balance down. The next is your Anderson Land Donation Fund. This one's not too active, but it does show the $140,000 in cash that's in there, and some interest revenue and some miscellaneous revenues, and some budget to spend on park and trail improvements. You have the SID Improvement District, number 7 bond fund. You're keeping track of bond monies here, which are also almost gone. It's earning a little bit of interest and will soon be used up, I believe. Open Space Fund, these are shared revenues that come from Arapahoe County. They have an open space tax, and again, based on a formula, and I think partially where the sales are made, they share those revenues with all the municipalities within the county, and they're restricted as to what you can use them for, so we keep them separate in a separate fund. You've got $1.8 million starting the year, and so far haven't received any because they send it once a year. Some counties will send it more frequently, but you're not getting yours as often, frequently. And you do have trail improvements and park improvements budgeted for that. And so your total expenditures so far are at 28% of what's budgeted. I imagine with improvements being budgeted, most of that will happen in the warmer months. Then you have your water and sewer fund, and I highlighted here your capital. The funds that we've looked at so far are called governmental funds, and they track the flow of financial resources as opposed to the flow of economic resources. So they don't show the value of your capital assets on the balance sheets. But water and sewer fund does, because it's operated like a business where you're selling goods and services in order to you're providing goods and services and charging your customers for those, as opposed to the general fund, which is tax-based. You're not charging people for the services that you mostly provide. So here's the sewer lines. They're almost fully depreciated. I point that out to you. That's an important thing to keep in mind. They're usually depreciated over 40 or 50 years, so you're pretty near the end of what would be considered a useful life. So that's got to stay in mind. But there is a fair amount of cash in this fund. When you look at the revenues, you see your water and sewer repair and replacement fees. There's none in the current period because you bill once a year and you get those up front. So your year-to-date actual is the key figure there. And then you have interest on the money that's in there. So you do have some funds available for when you need to make replacements and repairs. Oops.
Just one quick question. I'm back on depreciation. The only implication is that it's getting to end of useful life. It's not like the private sector where there are tax and write-off and other implications of depreciation.
Correct. Since you don't pay taxes, you don't have to worry about that. But it is a key, in case you ever were to sell the assets, they would need to be disclosed that they're depreciated. Parks and Rec Fund is kind of, it has to do with the property taxes that you've levied for this fund. That's why it's its own fund, because you had a vote and decided to have a separate property tax that's going to go for Parks and Recreation. So you don't just blend that in with the general fund, which has streets and admin and other types of things that aren't related to that. So this fund keeps track separately of that revenue stream. You've already received about 32% of it. And again, property taxes 3 times a year. Through February, that's when you usually get about 1/3 of them, and you did. The negative tax interest isn't investment interest, which is shown below. It's interest on people's property tax bill and whether it was forgiven or something by the county, or they went back and contested something and got an abatement. Interest, about $150,000 a year in interest in this fund. Then you have your expenditures, and you can, again, look line item by line item if you choose to. we're going to look at the bottom line is spent about 15% of its budget, because a lot of this will be spent in the summer with just the nature of the park side of operations. And you also have budgeted a transfer out here, which is being done over the course of the year, and 25% has been done. Getting to the rest, I'm going to skip by these Charlotte Park and Southmore, because those are special improvement, general improvement districts where they do levy taxes, and they have their own requirements on those, but you do get interest and tax revenue and track that each month for those general improvement districts. One for Charlotte, one for Southmore. They pay off the debt from their bonds with those amounts. Oh, and then we're at the end. So that sums up those 11 funds and gives you an inkling of where you are through the year. And again, all good.
Thank you so much. This was a terrific presentation. I really appreciate, I'll be honest, I just say historically, we haven't really done this and I think it's very valuable, so thank you.
I think we also had a desire just to give you a heads up on the audit.
Yep.
Yes.
So, sorry, I don't mean to.
Nope, that's, yeah.
But that, yes, Chris did ask me to talk about that, and I plan to. The audit was, it's not quite done. We talked with the key auditor that's assigned to the project today. Looks like they're coming down to the wire of probably needing an extension on the state deadline. We were expecting a draft next week, and then still to get that turned around and filed before the extension of deadline comes around, of which would be September 30th, and hoping to bring you the audit presentation on August 19th. It's a new auditor this year. They have a bit of a steep learning curve each time they take on a new client of getting everything set up. But they also tried to do it remotely rather than coming on site, and so there were some time issues there, and lots of emails rather than coming on site and testing everything and moving along at this pace that we had anticipated. So far so good, but I think you will see some differences this year in your audit from this auditor and the last audit that you had, and the way they approach it, what their findings are, how they present those to you, and what mostly what their findings may be.
I think it's fair to say that council may be used to a certain audit format and sort of a scope of findings. I think based on conversations that we had, that scope you'll see a lot more findings, a lot more things that they will identify. So it may come across as different or wrong or worse. So I say all that just because I think now's a good heads up so that when we do get to the audit, you still may raise some eyebrows, but at least we're not caught off guard on the fact that we do expect it to be different.
Well, one of the differences, and just to advise council, I was interviewed last week by our auditors, and I don't ever remember a member of council being interviewed, so I don't know that it ever happened. It may have. That was interesting, and it's all with regard to, for lack of a better way, the integrity, how council's view about the integrity of city staff. After I got done, I'm surprised the chief didn't come in here with more officers. Glowing colors. So, I did have one, and this has been great. I mean, it's a few comments. One is have you also had the opportunity to look at our long-term financial plan and our capital improvement plan, just to kind of, because I think it would be a really, really helpful thing to have you look at those and provide some commentary as you're doing with regard to our current situation. I think that'd be great. In fact, I'd be interested in sitting down with you and doing it. And then another general comment that I'd make as well, this is just my opinion, and it's not that you don't have any confidence or that you think anything's going on with presenting it in a more user-friendly fashion, or that you can't, what comes out of a computer program is only as good as the stuff in, so it could come out wrong. I like seeing what comes out of the actual printed out model in terms of the accounting program. I
I thought
like
this
that.
report was great.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I like that, and I like.
So
the-
Kelly, you can take that as marching orders moving forward. I think the council appreciated this.
So, anyway, that's.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work over the last 6 months, and we're looking forward to welcoming Kelly onto the staff and working with her, and just
I am too.
thank you for helping us through this transition.
You're welcome, Mayor. It's been my pleasure. I enjoyed working with your manager and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is audience participation, and seeing none. Reports from members of city boards and commissions, and this is not, I know that there are members of the Art Commission here. I assume that you're here for the agenda item that's a little bit further. But if you wanted to give a different report, this would be an opportunity. Anyone? Okay. We'll move on to the consent agenda.
Anyone wish to remove anything? Then I move approval of item 7, consent agenda, items 7A, B, and C.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll move on to new business, which is the first item is approving an incoming art loan agreement with Pard Morrison, and we'll turn that over to Manager Black.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. On behalf of the Art Commission, I'm pleased to present this new proposed sculpture on loan piece tonight. So a little bit of background before we dive into the new piece. This program was established back in 2011. Pieces are typically on a 2-year loan period. So we pay the artist $10,000 up front when the art is installed, and it stays in the city for 2 years. Our current sculpture is Windsong 3, which is a mangold sculpture that's right behind us here outside City Hall. And that loan ends in July of this year. So in order to select our new piece, the Art Commission worked with our art consultant, Chris Stevens, who presented various available sculptures to the commission. So the commission went through a collaborative process where they checked out all these different sculptures, voted, discussed, and really narrowed down to a few pieces they liked the best. And at the April meeting, the commission unanimously recommended this trio of sculptures from Pard Morrison for council approval. So these are the sculptures that are planned to be installed. To give you a sense of scale, the tallest one is 10 feet tall, the shortest one is 6 feet tall. So just to give you an idea, and they are made of aluminum. The plan is to install them in the same location as the current sculpture on loan, obviously a little bit spaced out as how you saw in the picture. Windsong is scheduled for removal on July 24th, so following council approval, we'll coordinate with the artist to install these sculptures later in August. I'm happy to answer any questions, and obviously we have co-chairs Benjamin Ortiz-Hill and Chrissy Fedorowicz here, and commissioners Anne Marie Morrow and Scotty Iverson as well, if you have questions directly for the Art Commission.
Just, one question,
Yeah.
are they each set on a concrete base? Or
Yes,
how are
they
they attached to the ground, I guess is my question.
Yeah, so they have a concrete base, and then we are actually going in the process right now of going back and forth with the artist and our city engineer to determine what exactly they need. It will probably be like a short little caisson with rebar to hold them in place.
Other questions?
Just one,
Yes.
maybe kind of a nerdy one. As part of the loan agreement, we have risk of loss during the 2-year loan period. So if there's damage or loss to the art?
I would have to look at the agreement, I apologize. It does go on our insurance.
Okay.
We do list it the day that it's installed, so, and it's,
It says art will be insured during the loan period by City of Cherry Hills Village in the amount of, blah, blah, blah. So yes.
One
Yes,
comment.
Councilor McGuire.
I did get some communication from a constituent who asked that I vote no on the art proposal. She said, I'm not sure if it's cool to say I don't love it or not, but it's not something I think represents our area, so I figured I'd ask. I responded and said, of course, art is in the eye of the beholder. She said, I totally agree, but this particular piece in my eye looks more like something you would find at Target during one of their sales. I have nothing against Target, blah, 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 but I feel like art in Cherry Hills has generally been something classier, something that seems harder to reproduce in something that is more thoughtful in its expression overall. We live in a neighborhood with lots of capable and talented people who it seems are looking for something that can catch their eye as interesting, maybe complicated, and definitely something that has a little more depth. I told her I would raise her concerns. I looked at the art and then went to the artist's website because I'm not sure I understood the art or the connection of the art to the titles of it. I couldn't tell you which one is Love Beacon, Warm Fuzzy, or Honey and Sunlight. Notwithstanding, I did say I would raise this concern. I mean, I view art as something that delights, invites, incites. These don't do that for me. A wind song, for me, is so delightful. And the really sculpture, I loved. I just thought it really did make you think. So I'm raising these concerns. I'm curious if you all could explain to me. I mean, I read the artist's website and the kind of concrete versus abstract. I didn't have a good understanding of it. So maybe if one of you could talk a little bit about why you selected this over other pieces or what it says to you, just so that we can have some context around that, that would be helpful for me. And I know you guys put a lot of time and effort into this selection process, which I do appreciate, but could you give us some? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And then just for the streaming purposes, please state your name so that people know who's speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can go first, Ben.
Okay. Well, my name is Benjamin Ortiz Hill, and thank you for having us first off. So the selection process, we selected amongst 12, like Emily said, and we narrowed it down to these. We created a mock-up to see how they would look within the backgrounds, kind of similar to the mangold that we have. We wanted something colorful. And then also, this spot, we try to keep it to be the Art on Loan program, so we like to circulate artists throughout that spot. And we are wanting to highlight local artists within the spot. Yeah.
He's actually from Colorado Springs.
Colorado Springs, yeah.
Yeah. I'm Chrissy Fedorowicz.
Can you just step closer to the microphone? Yes, thank you.
I'm Chrissy Fedorowicz, and I think that the whole process of picking the sculpture on loan was, as you said, art is subjective, right? So we were submitted 12 different things. We went through a rating process through the Art Commission, and we narrowed it down to this and one that was not as colorful or as Target-like, I guess I would say. But we felt like this was more uplifting and happy, and we wanted people to drive by the city council and have something that kind of popped, not something that blended in, and that it was a conversation piece, because that's what you want. And art is something that provokes someone to is it art? Is it not art? How does that go? And so getting a negative comment for me means that we've already established that. And so, I think that, so that's kind of why we picked it, is because we wanted it to be a conversation piece, not something that blended in, that couldn't be, that, was part of the natural landscape. We wanted it to be a conversational piece and to bring people to the city. And, but we also didn't want it to be too distracting, right? Like, you don't want someone to have an accident coming. So you don't want it to be too interesting, but you want it to provoke thought. So I don't know if that answers your question or alleviates.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any of your concerns.
I mean, clearly, he's a prominent artist, and he has a piece in the American Embassy in Austria. He has had shows everywhere, and it is nice that he's local. I guess he went to school in Colorado Springs, or in Fort Collins or Greeley, and lives down in the Springs now. So I just wanted to have some context around that so that I can respond back to her.
Absolutely, yeah. And if any other questions that you guys have or more.
One of my favorite things about the art loan program is that it is exactly that. It will be here for, it is subjective. No one is going to like been doing this a long time, and I've gotten complaints about every single piece of art that has ever been installed in this city. And so, one of the nice things about it is if you don't love it, well, good news for you. It's only going to be here for 2 years, and then maybe there'll be something else. And, if you love it, well, I'm sorry to tell you, enjoy it while you can for 2 years. So I really appreciate all the thought and effort that the Art Commission puts into these choices. And I appreciate that you all understand, working in this space as you do, that you can't please everyone. But that you do have these factors that you consider. I think particularly the fact that this is meant to be experienced at 20 miles an hour, up to 30 miles per hour, which is seconds, not sitting in front of it and contemplating it for hours. So I really appreciate all that you've done, and thanks for being here tonight. Other questions from?
Could you tell us which is which? Love Beacon, Warm Fuzzy, and Honey and Sunlight?
They're listed in descending height order. So Love Beacon is the tallest, Warm
Okay.
Fuzzy is the middle, and Honey and Sunlight
Thank
is
you.
the smallest.
I just wanted to also thank you for your time and volunteer efforts to bring forward this. This is really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
I move to approve incoming art loan agreement with Pard Morrison, authorizing a 2-year loan of the pieces Love Beacon, Warm Fuzzy, and Honey and Sunlight to be placed between City Hall and Quincy Avenue. I further move to authorize the city attorney to make such changes as may be needed to correct any non-material errors or language, or to negotiate such changes to the agreement as may be appropriate and do not substantially increase the obligations of the city, and to authorize the mayor to sign such agreement when in final form.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to our discussion about hybrid meetings. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. I think as we've had this discussion, I think we've discussed it quite at length. One of the things that we need to be clear about in our meeting tonight is that due to it was in the memo, that additions and amendments have to be submitted in writing at a regular meeting, and then they're acted upon at the next meeting. So we're not actually going to be voting on anything per se tonight. The soonest that could happen would be at our next meeting. So with that in mind, I will turn that over to Clerk Gillespie.
Good evening, Mayor Brown, members of City Council. So following up from the last discussion, we've determined that the best way to enact changes, should you all choose to do so, would be to rescind the current policy, adopt a new policy just for City Council, adopt a separate policy for boards, commissions, and committees, and amend the City Council rules of procedure. And the changes that would be made in the draft language in the staff packet, or the council packet, staff made best efforts to synthesize the information from the last meeting. We may have gotten some things wrong. Apologies about that. We recognize that there isn't full agreement on council, so this language is really for feedback and something concrete to say yes or no to, or make changes on for the next time it comes before you for action. So we're definitely asking for any feedback on any of the proposed changes in the packet.
I had one. Do you want our comments now? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, we can start with that, sure.
But I just, in looking at the city council policy, page 104, for electronic participation, it's page 118 of the packet. On the first page, policy 3, section 3, A1, it says requirements for conducting meetings. City manager determines that meeting in person is not practical or prudent due to public health orders and regulations, or lack of quorum due to members in quarantine or isolation for COVID. I would just suggest we strike for COVID and just say lack
Can
of
we,
quorum.
before we start, because I think you're looking at what it currently says and not the proposed changes, because the proposed changes,
So there, it
3A
does
is
also-
different.
I'm sorry.
And before, I have a lot of kind of, those kind of policy wording and inconsistency comments as well. But I think the first thing we need to, so what happened, it was that this was in our minutes, and there were things in the minutes that were not as I remembered them. There were other things that were, when we had our weekly mayor pro tem, city manager meeting, that were not as Earl remembered them. We all went back and listened to the video, and one thing we learned is that we all need to speak into our microphones much more, because there were whole sections where we couldn't hear what was being said. And as a result, there were several times where someone would make a comment, I think we should do X, but then nobody said anything. And it wasn't necessarily clear whether that was the agreement of the council or whether that was just one person's comment. So particularly as it relates to these 4 things here, I think I need to understand where there is consensus and where that might have just been somebody making a comment. So if we could start there, I think that would be very helpful. So the first one, that there's no restrictions for the number of meetings per year or the number of council members who are remote per meeting. That is what is reflected in the proposed policy changes. And is there consensus on that, that there's no limit, like you could be remote for every single meeting?
Well, I guess what I'd say, and by the way, this is with regard to your specific question, because I've got a broader comment to make at some point later or whenever. But if we're going to do it, and in here, I saw a line that said, council members commit to only utilizing it for emergencies or for matters of convenience, or there's something in there that basically says, and if that's in there, then it probably seems to me that that's probably okay, that there's no limit, so long as, you know, there's that commitment by whoever's sitting on council that,
Well,
well,
is no enforcement.
there's only one way to enforce it, and you enforce it amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, if all of a sudden I'm missing 9 meetings, I would expect somebody to come to me and go, Earl, we're really concerned about your family because you seem to have a lot of emergencies, or otherwise there's something else going on. And that's the only way to enforce it. You have to feel comfortable in terms of policing yourself. If we're not, and by the way, and I raise it because I actually haven't been on a council in Cherry Hills Village where they are comfortable doing that. But if you're not, it won't work. That's the message there.
Can I ask you a question? So
Yeah.
when we discussed this last time, one of my thoughts was perhaps we reduce the number of council meetings. Greenwood Village has less meetings than we do, and that might be a way to accomplish and give some flexibility to council members. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to this, but I'm just wondering, was that considered at all, or?
So again, this was not staff's recommendation. This was our best efforts
To interpret what we
reflect
said.
what we said.
extract what we thought the
Consensus?
somewhat, and I will tell you, it was not. I think
It was
it's-
not clear.
I think
It
it's
was
a little,
not
it's a little aggressive to call the outcome of that conversation as consensus. It was our best effort to try and get what we thought the mood was, or the vibe was. Do I think that there was a rejection of that idea? Not necessarily. I think that one fell in the category of what the mayor was talking about, where it was thrown out and it never circled back around to consider it in full, one way or the other.
Yeah.
So I would recommend, as opposed to getting completely hung up on what we discussed last time and where did we leave it, I would just consider this like we're taking it from what you see on the screen. It'll be the easiest way the quickest, most expeditious way to talk about it. What you don't see on the screen is the recommendation that you're talking about. If that's something that you want the council to kick around, just put it on the table.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair because I know Earl and I have talked. It's absolutely fair to back it up a step just briefly and say, I did feel that there was, I was hearing, not a consensus, but definitely a majority sentiment that some sort of change was desired. I definitely remember you making that suggestion and considering it, but I don't think we ever circled back around to it. And then the conversation did really go more in the direction of that the issue, and I think this was Councilor Fisher's comment, that if the issue is that people are called out of town for work or family emergencies, or that just having fewer meetings doesn't necessarily address that, right? So one of the things is what exactly are we trying to, what is the challenge that we're trying to
Mayor,
address?
I thought it was also that leave it to the discretion of staff when, I think, like is coming up for August 5th,
Yeah.
if there's a ubiquitous conflict or there's not enough agenda, then a meeting can be canceled, but not to
Yeah.
set it as.
Right, if the challenge is that people are trying to organize travel or they're trying to organize that gets addressed by having fewer meetings. It doesn't get addressed by canceling meetings when we don't have agenda items. And also emergencies or work travel or things, that also doesn't get addressed by canceling meetings when we don't have an agenda. So I wasn't even really sure that there was a consensus on what, I feel like everybody has their own reasons for wanting, which is fair.
I feel like that was one of the few times that the council reached consensus in terms of what Margaret Thatcher always thought of consensus. The process of searching for something in which no one believes, but that which no one objects.
But so I felt like different people had different reasons for wanting to go in this direction, and that it was kind of hard to corral that together. But I do think that the momentum of the discussion headed down this path. And like I see let me see a nod of heads if this is the path that you were thinking. Okay.
Well, let me just say one thing, because I've had a chance to think about it, and like I say, we're not voting on it tonight.
Right.
So I'm going to be listening a lot more. And as I sat back and reflected, and I wasn't all that hot on it, and I realized and I thought, at least for me, when I'm up here, I'm trying to make decisions that are in the best interest of Cherry Hills Village. And in the absence of a compelling reason, I do not believe having hybrid meetings amongst council is in the best interest of Cherry Hills Village. I do not. The only way I believe that it is that it's necessary in order for us, for the city, to be able to attract qualified people to run for city council. If by not having this hybrid meeting situation, we feel like we cannot get people to participate that are qualified and have the best interest of the city at heart, then then we have to do this, and it is in the best interest of the city. In the absence of that, I do not. I mean, I've felt that all along, which is this group coming together and meeting together, and again, I said it at the time, and you mentioned it again, Katie, there's going to be there's a lot that's missed when you're listening into these meetings at that time, and people say, oh, we can fix that. No, we didn't even fix it during the discussion where we said we'd fix it. And those discussions and the camaraderie and the meetings, I think that that's really a necessary thing in order to have the most constructive discussions and that are important. But again, and I also recognize, because I think this is one of the things we said, which is to go, hey, if it is the type of thing where we feel like, and we have problems getting, and we'll talk about that later, our commissions and our boards, I mean, we have a hard time getting people on those. And if we feel like we're going to have a hard time getting people on council, then that is in the city's best interest to do it. But in the absence of that, I haven't been able to come up with a good reason to do it.
I don't agree, Earl, and I'll tell you, I would say it this way, and I think I'm echoing what Councilor Fisher said last time. I think that's the right principle, that we ought to try to be here as much as possible. I would limit this first. I think I said that last time. I wouldn't have it open-ended. But we need not let perfection be the enemy of good, too. I think your point, Councilor Fisher, was that, you know, if, God forbid, you have an ill parent or the like, isn't it better to have us participate rarely, I would even say, remotely, rather than not at all, for the same camaraderie and benefit of the city that you're identifying? It shouldn't be the norm. I completely agree with you.
So, Counselor Eber, did you?
I guess part of that is, you know, I continue to believe also that the best meeting is when we're all here to have the discussion. You know, I'm going to miss August 19th. I mean, that's a choice that I made that, you know, periodically missing for whatever reason, I think allows us not to have 100% participation by everybody. But I don't think that was ever the expectation. The question that I think we're really trying to go is the in-between of when is it that somebody is absent so often, or, you know, the quality of our discussion goes down because of another process. I don't, you know, I think if we're talking about periodic of, you know, events that preclude somebody from being at a meeting, I don't think this city is lacking in its ability to do our job nor have people attend. And I do think that it's, frankly, it's acceptable to miss some meetings. It's not acceptable to miss a lot of meetings or all the meetings. What that
Well, and keeping in mind, they
gradation
wouldn't
line is-
be missing them, right? They'd
Well,
be
but-
participating, but yeah,
Right, but what I'm saying is, if there were no hybrid option,
right.
you would either be missing and not make yourself heard on those things. That's what I want to avoid. You know, if somebody came and said, for the next 6 months, I need to be in Omaha because of an ill relative. You know, I think that's really what we're trying to accommodate with a hybrid meeting. You know, that's not somebody who infrequently wants to go to Paris or, you know, whatever it is. I think that's really what the hybrid would allow you to do, to have more than a periodic travel. I don't think necessarily if somebody is on travel all the time for work, that's the type of person that I'm trying to accommodate, because I don't think that's the person that really is around in Cherry Hills Village that should be on council to start with.
Yeah, what's the difference? I mean, yeah, I hear you, and I absolutely see, I understand the difference, but what's the difference? I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Mentally, I see
I think
it
the
different.
issue, I think the issue more goes to periodic as opposed to continuous, right?
Yeah.
If you, first of all, if you have to be gone, this allows us to get everybody's perspective on whatever issues that we're dealing with at the time. If you are at every session and you have a family vacation that falls on August 19th and you haven't missed another session all year, go and participate or don't participate, right? I think the bigger issue is the person who isn't participating. Whether, and I know there have been past council members who just didn't show up for a lot of meetings. That's an issue.
Yeah.
That's someone who's not engaged. I think this allows people who are engaged to continue to be engaged, but I think everybody agrees our best meetings are when we're all here in one room. And that's why I liked having the confirmation in the beginning of the policy of we do want to make every effort to be here, and that this is not intended to be, you know, participate from your home over on 14 Mockingbird Lane.
Yeah.
Right.
So I absolutely appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Holen's comments, but notwithstanding, I am hearing, I think there is agreement from the rest of council that we would like to proceed with some version of hybrid meetings. And so in an effort to keep this, to come to some resolution this time, as opposed to having the discussion and leaving it open-ended, I think what we have identified and just kind of touched at here is that I think no restrictions per council member and no restrictions on the number of meetings, the number of people who can be hybrid at any given meeting, and the number of no restriction on the number of meetings an individual can participate remotely is untenable. And one of the reasons why,
I'm sorry, is untenable?
yeah, it's unworkable to have no restrictions at all. And part of the reason why, and we'd have to make more other changes, is that
I didn't hear that, but just go ahead and finish. I
because
didn't
in
hear
one
that.
of the, we have a further section in our policy that says we basically can't have entirely remote meetings. Well, if there are no restrictions, everyone could be remote.
Or we could not have a meeting.
Well, or everyone could be remote. I mean, or we could choose to cancel the meeting, but.
And
Or except
just
for
to
you.
clarify, I think you're talking about section C1.
Yeah.
And I totally understand the confusion. We need to clarify that language. That was meant as if council and staff and the public and everybody is.
Well, right, but so now, I mean,
Which
and-
would be different than just all of council.
But it would be
being
really,
remote.
that's what I'm saying, it would be really problematic if 4 of you are gone, there's me and 2 people, and people, and, I mean, that's just really not workable, I don't think.
I disagree. I think it is workable.
So if all 6 of you are gone and it's just me sitting here?
I think that's unlikely to happen, but I agree it's a possibility. I
And
think
that's
it's very unlikely to
no
happen.
limit. I mean,
What would you
I
like
think
to see?
some limit would be
What would you like to
fair.
see the limits be?
Well, and that begs the next question of then, who gets,
Just before we get there, I just want to, you mentioned that you didn't have a full transcript before, so I want to just state how I feel about it, which is very much aligned with how Councilor Holland feels about it. And so I think we should do everything we can to encourage in-person attendance. And we also had a discussion before that there are some council meetings where significant decisions are being made, where it is more important for people to be in person than others. I also am sensitive to emergencies or other things that might come up where somebody might need to be out of town, but would want to participate and would encourage that. So I'm coming around to some, I started in the position where I was opposed to this. Now I'm kind of coming around, hearing from the rest of you, to allowing these hybrid meetings, but I think there should be some restrictions.
And to repeat, that's kind of where I am too.
okay.
Well, and I want to make clear that, my preference is because there is an understanding that not 100% attendance is required, that I would prefer not to have a hybrid policy. But I do realize, because that accommodates people who, make a decision for non-necessities to not be here.
I really object to that. I was going to say something before, the comment about traveling for work. That's just wrong. So on the 19th, I have to be, it's basically equivalent of a subpoena, have to be, I told Chris about this, in Sacramento. So I can either call in or not attend. And why is that any different than a sick or leaving for vacation? I don't think motive is part of this, as long as we're adults and do it for adult reasons.
Well, and I guess where I'm going is that because we aren't required and we have all made an agreement to represent our constituents by choosing to be on council, that we would attend all the meetings that we are able, unless there's a really good reason or a reason not to be. And I include, an infrequent family travel to be in that, or, a subpoena, an important meeting to fall in that category. But where I'm coming around to the and let me make clear, council has had in the past where, due to chronic illness, we've had a council member who was not able to attend many, many meetings. And that was excused absences, and nobody blinked. It was just that council member could not attend, period. We didn't turn around and say, you're out of here. It's the contrary person who says, I'm not here for seemingly other reasons because I just have made a decision that this is less important than some other things. Yeah. That's what we're really trying to stop. I kind of came down to the idea that if somebody turned around, and the hybrid allows it bridges the gap between the person who periodically goes on vacation, periodically has a meeting somewhere else that they can't go to the one that is chronically in need of being far away because of a longer-term medical, either taking care of somebody else or something like that allows them to continue to participate. That's who the hybrid policy, to me, really protects and values. If I want to go on a 3-week trip to Bolivia, I miss maybe 2 meetings, but okay, that's a decision that I've made, and it should be acceptable to everybody in the council, and because I'm going to be at all the other meetings.
But on the same, this allows you, if you choose to continue to be able to participate, even though you have to go out of town for something.
Well, let me jump, and I absolutely agree. Let me jump in and say, bringing us back to this. I really, you all know that my preference is to be in person. I think that's very meaningful, but I realize that that's not where everybody's headed, so I'll let that go. The thing that resonated with me was Councilor Fisher's comment before that, we can get, it actually does increase participation. But to the extent that a hybrid meeting disrupts the ability to conduct an in-person meeting, which is the ideal, to the extent that it disrupts that, that's unacceptable to me. And so I had several comments here, and one of those would be that if nobody's here except for 2 people, that's disruptive.
How is it disruptive?
Because it's very challenging to manage a meeting like that. If we've got an audience full of people with 2 people sitting at the dais, I think that looks disrespectful to our community in a lot of ways. I think that the technical challenges of all those people, there are other things in this policy that I had called out that says, if someone drops off the call, the clerk is going to try to reconnect them at least twice. No. If you're participating remotely and you lose your connection, that's on you. This is an opportunity for people who aren't here to participate anyway. It is not an obligation of the people who are sitting in this room to accommodate other people. And so I feel like where I can get comfortable with it is that it can't be disruptive. And I think having the majority of council members, and so my suggestion would be to say, if more than 2 people are unable to attend the meeting, which would mean we wouldn't have a quorum, right? No, in now time.
No, we would have a quorum.
We need 4.
More than 2.
More than
Okay,
2.
yeah, more than 2.
So in now time, if we had a meeting where we needed to conduct business and 2 people were going to be gone, we'd cancel it for lack of quorum. My suggestion would be that there is a limit of 2 remote participants per meeting, and if there are more people than that who need to participate remotely, then we have to cancel it, which is exactly what we would do now.
Well,
That's my suggestion.
in which, the mayor's got the ability to cancel a meeting, so long as there's at
Yes.
least one, so you do it anyway. I do think, and this is a bit to your point, there do need to be pretty specific rules, because this is just my view. It's not casting any aspersions on anyone else or people that will come up in the future. There will always be human beings. sitting up here. And I just personally believe that human beings follow the path of least resistance. That's what we do. Not all the time, that's what we do. Whatever it says up here, whatever is allowed up here, eventually will happen. I've almost never experienced a circumstance where that isn't the case. That's why the libertarian in me always, which is basically say, hey, be careful what laws you write, Congress or General Assembly, because someone is going to find a way around them. That's what human beings do. We do that. We always will. So I think it's important that whatever it is, which goes to your point, certainly, is whatever we feel we can't go beyond or whatever, that it's very specific about what we're going to do and what we're not going to do. But also recognizing that the mayor's always got the ability to, you know.
That's true. I could just cancel every meeting if there's
Right.
more than
But-
two people.
But now having made that argument, which is what I tend to do, I tend to always go 360 and make the other argument, which is to go, well, that's kind of interesting. If we had more than two people that couldn't come and there were no hybrid meetings, the meeting would be canceled because there wasn't a quorum, whereas if there was a hybrid, that meeting would go on. And that's actually an argument for it. I mean, so, you know,
Hey, Mayor.
well, it is. I mean, that's, you know, you go all the way around it, so.
What you say makes sense, but there may be some meetings, and I'm, not 100% sure of this, like the December meeting, that you can't cancel due to, so it may be that that's the general rule, two people, no more than two people remote, but there may have to be some discretion there.
And I wonder, other cities have guidelines for participation on council and so on. Should we put a guideline in here? I mean, it seems to me, that maybe having a hard and fast number of times to attend or something is maybe not wise, but maybe the guideline is you don't participate, that you use this maybe up to twice a year or something. And that's the guideline. How do others feel about that?
Well, I think we can all agree we've all participated in meetings where there have been lots of participants that are, remote, electronically remote. I think if you have the power to cancel any meeting, and it's a meeting where there's significant things that you're concerned about not having people present, then I think we give you the power to cancel that. But I would like to see us try. I really don't think there are going to be very many times where you have more than, I don't think most times you'll even have two people remote. I think typically it'll be one person might be remote or might not. I would say keep the discretion with you as to whether you think, and if it's going to be three people, you can text everybody and say, hey, I this is too many. But I think we should give it a shot. It may be that it's not an issue.
So my concern about that is that we can't continuously cancel meeting after meeting after meeting. And if there is an expectation going into it that there are a maximum of two remote participants, then I think we will be better at people speaking up and saying, like in Councilor Heller's case, I know I can't be at the December meeting. I think that will make it easier to plan ahead for the times when people aren't going to be able to, if there are three people who say, I know I can't be here at the December meeting, then we have to move the December meeting because we have to hold that. That feeds into the next question about public hearings as well. But in order to schedule meetings so that we can have the participation and get all of those things done and have effective meetings, to Earl's point, I stepped back and said, what's the most important thing here? The most important thing here is having an effective council meeting where we're able to do the business and conduct the business of the city. That's the most important thing. And no offense, it's not any one person's opinion. So what's most important is that we're able to conduct the business of the city. And if you're able to contribute, that's all the better. But if you can't, we still have to conduct the business of the city. And so that's where I started coming at all of these questions here from a position of, kind of to reiterate Earl's point, what is in the best interest of the city? What contributes the best to the effective business of the city. And my opinion, and it doesn't have to be shared by everyone, but my opinion is that having the majority of the council present is the most effective way to do that. But if we just, we're going to cancel August 5th, if somebody then stepped up and said, oh, now I can't be here August 19th, and I have to cancel that, it's going to be
Well, we've
a
already got
month.
Two people saying that they aren't going to be here.
That's sort of what I'm saying. So, but I can't, if we had one more, we'd have to cancel the meeting in our current, or reschedule it. We could reschedule it.
But if,
So,
if we had the hybrid, we wouldn't have to cancel it.
that is true. But I can't see conducting a city council meeting with 2 people sitting up here and 4 people online. Why would we do that?
I'm with you, Mayor, so maybe we just need to poll it. I would go for limiting the number of meetings and limiting the number of people who can go. It raises other issues. If there's 3, you're gonna have to draw straws or do something like that,
Yeah.
or you cancel, but,
Yeah, that's for variance, exactly. Or rescheduling, I think is always an option.
Well, no, that's.
Or-
I mean, you get into the details there, which is to go, I mean, we're all saying, hey, you can't have more than 2 hybrids, but then if there's 3, it'll still go on, and there still won't be, because 2 people will be hybrid and they'll be off, the other person just won't be there.
Well, another thing to
So you're going to
consider,
end up with 2 people here and 2 people hybrid.
one thing to consider, and this isn't currently, we'd have to change the policy even more, is that if there's more than 2 people remote, then the whole meeting's remote.
What?
If more than 2 people are going to be remote, then we're all remote. And there's not 2 people sitting up here at the dais.
Why would you do that? What's the rationale behind that? I don't understand.
Because I think doing an all Zoom meeting is much easier to conduct than a hybrid. I don't have a screen in front of me to see all of you. I think we determined technology-wise that it wouldn't be like the Hollywood Squares that you get on a Zoom meeting where you can see all of the people.
When the consultant was here presenting, we had the owl, and there's a little like strip of heads that you can see. On your screens there, functionally, yes, but you won't be able to read body language. You won't be able to see facial. You'll see a shape of a head and maybe a nose and some eyes, but it won't be big enough to get the Hollywood Squares where you really get to see the.
And you're talking about the people joining remotely?
Yes,
Seeing people on the dais.
Wait,
and who are
I
able-
don't, then why, there's a line in there that says, you gotta leave your camera on at all times.
Because you can still see them, and
So
if they're
the-
talking, they then pop up as the major speaker on the screen.
Oh, so the person.
So you can see them.
We're talking about 2 different things. Chris is talking about the people joining remotely, being able to see who's here in person. And I think Katie was talking about being in person, seeing the people joining remotely.
Yes.
So what we did when the consultant was here with the owl was we had a wide screen of the dais, and then we had the individual Hollywood Squares, but they only popped up when someone was speaking.
Yes. But you won't see the Hollywood Square. If you're remote,
You'll
you
see
don't
the
see
dais.
Hollywood Squares. You'll just see.
You'll see what you see on
the
YouTube.
dais.
I'll see what?
What you see on YouTube when you.
Okay,
watch the
so
meetings
what you
on
see on YouTube, well, that's at least something, I mean.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that has implications as it relates to number 3, right? That if there is public participation, I am very concerned about the public showing up to participate in a meeting and talking to 2 people. So I think it would be more effective if everybody's going to be gone, that everybody's gone, and we all do it remotely, but then we would need to consider whether we allow public participation remotely as well or not.
You said number 3, right, which is,
Number 3, we kind of we did reach consensus that we wouldn't do remote public participation because of all of the issues that raises.
okay, yeah, you're focusing on the public part of it.
But if
Because
you
while you're on
look
number
at our
3
current policy, Our current policy basically says we don't allow hybrid, but we do allow remote meetings under circumstances that aren't going to happen anymore. And those meetings, this is another issue that I made a note of, those meetings do allow public participation. So why would we allow public participation in an entirely remote meeting, but not allow it in a hybrid remote meeting?
Just because that's what we want to do.
Because that was COVID. That's good.
I know, but we do still allow,
I agree with you. I think we discussed that, and we also compared to other cities and other boards and things that many of us have participated in, and it is very common to not allow remote public
Yes.
participation. So I think we're done on that one. Yeah.
I agree with that.
And we did allow it, you did
Yes.
allow it during COVID. That was completely
But
different.
it's still in our policy is the problem.
Okay,
So
well,
that would be a change that would need to be made because we do say that if a meeting is entirely remote, we allow it.
Well, and while we're on number 3, which passed the public,
Yeah, don't you want to leave that, though, for public health emergencies? I know it's low risk now, but in case they do come up.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So the reason it is we allow public participation remotely in fully virtual meetings is in order to allow the public to participate, because otherwise they can't.
Right.
So that's why we would have that. So in your proposal, would they be in person when all of you are remote?
No, I mean,
No.
that's where I was throwing an idea out, but then pointing out an issue with the idea is that if we had a policy to say if half, more than 2 council members were going to be remote, then the whole meeting's remote.
Right.
That could end up leading to a lot of meetings where no public participation is allowed at all. And that would be because you can't come in person. And that could be problematic.
So I think staff's recommendation in that case would be that we do allow public participation remotely in order to allow public participation, which we are
I
somewhat
think-
required to do, but we
Having
would
it
have
on-
security issues.
Having
I
it
think
being
you ought
limited
to
to
keep-
COVID is probably needs to be updated,
But it
but
also
it's still a health
says,
emergency of some kind.
no, I guess due to public health orders and regulations, so if it's not actually specific to COVID, it is kind of specific to public health issues, that we allow that at all at this point. But if you're going to allow hybrid, why wouldn't you allow a fully remote meeting? I mean,
Well, I guess I'm hearing 2 different things. I thought what you were saying was if more than 2 people were going to be remote, you wanted to be able to cancel the meeting and not have.
that was one idea. And
Yeah.
then there was some discussion about that, and
I think
then I
that-
suggested another possibility would be that.
The fully remote.
The fully remote meeting.
Which I think doesn't, I think that should be a extreme circumstance, like a public health declaration or something. And one of the reasons is because of the public participation becomes such an issue
But is
there.
that better than canceling? I mean,
I,
to the same point of, isn't it better to have people participating? And like.
well, I think you have to
fully remote be
balance that
better than
against, I
counseling?
think you
So
have to look
right
at-
now, we can't do fully remote meetings unless it's a public health order.
Right.
So would,
I'm losing the P here again.
Okay.
Which happens.
I think
under
that,
the
I
mattress.
think that my suggestion would be no more than 2 people can be remote per meeting. And I'm hearing from a few people that some sort of limitation would be acceptable.
I'm supportive of that.
Or reasonable. So if we have such a restriction, what happens when there is more than 2? There are several options. 1, we could cancel the meeting,
Which is what you do now.
which is what we do now, if there's not or reschedule. But if this happens, because I think remote meetings will happen more frequently than people missing meetings, it will become problematic if we're canceling meeting after meeting after meeting.
Well, it will become more frequent than people missing meetings because people won't be missing meetings, right?
Exactly. So
But I think you and I have 2 very different perspectives because I think this is not going to be something that people take advantage of in a bad way. I
agree.
think people are respectful of the commitment to come to the meeting in person when possible. And
I
think
agree
it's-
with all of you up here.
And I frankly am comfortable with you having the discretion to say, more than 2 people, I'm going to cancel the meeting. Just like we would cancel it if we didn't have this hybrid option. But if you feel better saying no more than 2 people per meeting can be absent, then let's start there and see how it goes.
I think that's really, really important. I mean, because you just said it, because if you sit back and say no more than 2 people can be hybrid, that's it, okay? You won't run into the circumstance. You're actually saying, if we don't have at least 3 people here, then I'm
4
canceling the meeting.
4 people, plus the mayor.
Okay, 4 people. Well, then that's the same thing. It's like, 2 people are
It's a
out.
quorum,
Yeah,
yeah.
4, but somebody's,
But see,
Because
they're out.
the reason why I'd rather have it the other way, where you simply have the discretion, is because if it's an important meeting and people are comfortable with, you know what, you 3 guys are going to be gone, but we've got to get this stuff taken care of, that gives you the ability to do it, right?
Yeah.
But I am perfectly comfortable with you having the discretion to say, nope, 90% of the time, if it's more than 2 people, I'm canceling the meeting, and everybody just know that. So make sure you're here. However, if you feel more comfortable saying, nope, I would like the policy to say that no more than 2 people can be hybrid, then I'm okay with that.
Because the important thing here too, or an important thing, is, and I think somebody said it over here, but I can't remember. In my own circumstance, if I'm not here, more than likely, I'm not coming in hybrid. There was a reason. Like, for instance, if it was 2 weeks ago and there was a meeting, I would not have come in hybrid. It was the week of my daughter's wedding and there was all kinds of stuff going on, and I wouldn't have done that. But I specifically actually worked to saying, hey, you might want to schedule your wedding here because I got these council meetings. And I truly did that, to kind of work around it at the end of the day. I worked really hard to plan around here. And if I can't, I'm probably not coming in hybrid. It's good that I have the option, I've got the ability to, and if, something happened, then I would. But more than likely, you ain't gonna see me. And everybody's saying, hey, let's get that going, get that guy out of here. But, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? More than likely, that'll be my circumstance.
Well, so I would be more comfortable with the no more than 2, and part of the reason for that is that because of technical challenges, if people lose their connection or drop off, we still have a quorum at the meeting and can conduct the business, because there's another thing in here that says that if people drop off and we don't have a quorum, then we have to adjourn the meeting. And can I tell you how unhappy I would be if we're having a meeting, people have technical issues, we've all shown up, and we have to adjourn the meeting because your resort doesn't get.
What happens during a public hearing, or, where we've got a quasi judicial? I mean, but the applicant, I mean.
So
the people,
I would be more comfortable,
that's
and
like a nightmare.
I think it helps with planning, and it helps with expectations, and it helps when there isn't the love fest that we have at this dais right now. I think that it helps to set expectations that if there's more than 2 people, there have been plenty of times in the past where it looks like we might not have a quorum, and we've gone to people and said, we really need you to be here.
Yeah.
And they've, and so, exactly. So I would be more comfortable with that.
What about the number of times? per
The number
year?
of times, I mean, that's tricky.
Or in times past, and this goes to the comment before, is that we have said, look, we won't make a quorum on Tuesday, but we have very important business that we need to conduct for whatever reason. We're going to reschedule that as a special meeting on Monday night instead of Tuesday. I mean, I think that the idea that we have to have a meeting to conduct certain business is, we have a workaround for that. again, where I'm going with this is, you can say no more than 2, but the reality is, if there are 2 who want to participate remotely, well, I guess if we're participating remotely, then we still count as a quorum. So we're still able to conduct business, but I don't think it's going to keep somebody from not being here because of that limit, because somebody will just take just an absence flat out, as Earl mentioned. Pardon me?
Yeah.
You'll still have times when you don't have enough people to have a meeting.
Right.
As it could happen any week.
Yeah, but I guess where I'm going is I continue to think that the infrequent travel-based or voluntary decision to miss a meeting is not the basis upon which to base a remote meeting policy. It's really, in my mind, for the person who's going to have to be gone for a longer period of time that needs to not resign but wants to continue to participate. That person, I can see making a remote policy to allow that person. But if I choose to go to Poland, then, I'm just going to either miss it, but if I choose to continuously go to Poland and then to Venezuela and wherever else, then maybe I shouldn't be on council.
Well, and again, this is where it just gets, all of those circumstances, we could never contemplate all of the variety of circumstances that would come up. I think there have been 2 people in my experience who have chronically missed council meetings. In my personal opinion, one of them was absolutely understandable, and the other I did not appreciate. But that's my personal opinion, and it really, you can't inject that into a policy. So I think if we could agree on no more than 2 people, because there is really, in my mind, no difference where, if there's no limit, then why would we say you can't have entirely virtual meetings?
Okay, so we've agreed on a limit. Let's move
So
on to
there's
the
2
next
people.
issue.
The next one, allowing electronic participation for public hearings, quasi-judicial, and executive sessions. There was a comment made in the meeting that we wouldn't do that. Everybody sort of.
Sorry, just back to the first one.
Yeah.
Did we close on limiting the number of times?
We're eliminating only how many people per meeting.
Yeah.
But we're not saying
not
how many
limiting the
times a
number of
year you
times.
can be it. But we are making a commitment to not abuse it in the policy.
And my suggestion was it was a guideline, and I don't know whether others feel that's that way.
I think that needs to be in there.
Okay.
Guideline.
A guideline of,
What does a
commitment,
guideline mean?
Whatever the word was, it actually wasn't. Maybe it's.
microphone,
Maybe
yep.
it's already
Microphones.
addressed. I mean,
sorry.
maybe it's not a number, maybe it's a guideline of emergencies or other.
Well, what it says is, city council members affirm their intent to attend as many meetings in person as possible. Electronic participation will be used infrequently for emergency and rare convenience purposes.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. And I know I read that somewhere, but where is
This
that
is
exactly?
in the city
Oh,
council
it's
policy for.
B1. It's B1.
Yeah. This is page 111 of 247 pages. Thank you
Okay.
for putting that
So
together.
it sounds like asked and answered. I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
thank
Yep.
you, because this is where we got into trouble at the last meeting. Okay, so allowing electronic participation for public hearings, quasi-judicial, and executive sessions. At the last meeting, a statement was made that we didn't want to do that. But then later in the meeting, and nobody commented one way or another, then later in the meeting, that we had several options that the staff had, and somebody else said, I think we should go with option whatever, which did include public hearings, quasi-judicial, and executive sessions, and nobody commented on that either. So it was very unclear whether there was consensus around whether virtual participation would be allowed in public hearings, quasi-judicial matters, and executive session.
Well, and I think, and if to be fair, and city manager can talk, I think the main reason on the public hearings and the quasi-judicial was because staff indicated saying, if you didn't allow that, but you allowed these hybrid meetings, it's going to make it very, very difficult for staff. And I think that had an impact on, I mean, it certainly had an impact on me.
Which will make it very difficult, to have it or to not have it?
To not have them, to have hybrid meetings except for quasi-judicial and public hearings.
Correct. That's correct.
That was also based on the no limits. So I don't know if now having a limit and ensuring that we have an in-person quorum might change that.
I think the underlying principle, when staff recommended, is still there, though.
Right.
But if anyone participates remotely, and we can't have a public hearing, that's going to.
And I think that had an impact. I mean, I know that, I think this council, every council I've been on, is always very mindful of trying to accommodate and make things as effective as possible for staff. And so it had an impact. It had an impact on me, and I think it had an impact on all of us. So I think that's why that was in there. I brought up the thing of going, I can't imagine doing executive sessions, and I got beat back on that, because people said, well, we got the big board in there, and we can do it, and blah, 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 but.
And it's addressed,
Right.
and I think the city attorney brought up that there is this expectation.
Oh, yeah.
My
the
biggest
privacy
concern
thing
out
was-
of these three is the quasi-judicial matters, because everyone is supposed to be basing his or her decision on the same set of facts, and it is not entirely clear, and it's a legal requirement. It isn't just, hey, I trust you, I don't trust you. I think there's legal risk associated with that for the city, that while you were participating remotely, you were texting with, the applicant, or you were texting with the neighborhood association that we couldn't see on screen. That's where my concerns
Well,
mainly
and
stem
to that
from.
point, though, and again, anybody that's gone back and listened to
Yes.
those recordings, like I say, I was shocked. I just did it again before. I listened, because, I'm pretty loud. Everybody can hear me most of the time, and there were plenty of times I'm going, my God, I can't hear me. And many, many times you can't hear the applicant answering questions. And again, the whole point of quasi-judicial is we're the judges. We're supposed to be taking in all of the information to render an informed decision. Well, if you're not getting all of the information, then in fact is an informed decision. Now, can it be taken care of? Yeah, but I mean, my guess is the mayor is going to be going, would you please get up to the microphone? Would you please get up to them? And, because people that are the public and/or the applicants they don't do it.
Well, and neither do we as attorneys.
Well, no,
But yes,
no, neither do we, but I mean.
It's, so that is I don't have as much a concern, if we're confident that we have the technology in the conference room, and from the public hearing standpoint, if we're confident that, because public hearings are sort of less legally required to consider all of the same set of facts. But, if you, for example, this came up, Counselor Robinson, we had a quasi-judicial matter, and he had an event before the meeting, and he was concerned that he might be late, which he wasn't, but he was concerned that he might be. And we confirmed with the city attorney that if you come into the quasi-judicial hearing late, you can't vote.
So are you?
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
one of the concerns I have with that is the scenario you were describing earlier, where you start a public hearing and somebody's technology goes out, they're no longer able to attend the hearing, you'd likely have to continue that hearing and not proceed with a verdict.
So,
Well, if they.
as long as we have a quorum,
As long as we have a
Yeah,
quorum.
and we're going to have a
that is
quorum
Yes,
here.
yes.
So as long as we have a
That's- yeah,
quorum
and it-
here in the room, then why is it an issue?
They could drop out and.
But then they
and then
can't
we
come
the-
back.
The
But they
public
can't
hearing.
come back,
They
and they
can't
can't
come back
vote.
as an individual councilperson.
Right,
If your
they
goal is to have everybody's voice heard, that would be a problem. If your goal is to allow the public hearing to proceed, you'd still, as long as it was just one, right? You'd still be okay.
I think the larger point of a public perception, were that to happen, I think is legitimate.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say, Katie, is and quasi judicial obviously is very, very important, but public hearings are too. And I've said this before. We have another roundabout discussion. We have another cell tower discussion. We have another parking discussion with a church discussion. We don't have many, but we do have some. Man, I want every one of you here, and I don't want you on hybrid. I don't. I want you right here with me addressing 150, 200 of our residents at that point in time. That's the way I feel about it. Again, we don't have many of those, but we do get them on occasion. And those are public hearings, those aren't quasi-judicial. Well, the Brave Church one was, I guess. That was correct, but cell tower and roundabout wasn't.
So to get back to the quasi-judicial, are you saying that you want only people who are in person to be able to vote on quasi-judicial matters, or are you saying, you're going to have a quorum here, so you can do the
Yes, so if we,
quasi-judicial?
now that that has changed, my preference then would be that people who are remote cannot vote.
So they could participate, ask questions.
I'd have to, can they though? Like if they're we don't know if they're just a mouthpiece for.
I could be sitting here and texting somebody.
No, you can't. Have you gone? I mean.
But people can be communicating.
But that is very problematic, and the city.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying I would. I'm saying somebody in person could be doing what you're concerned people.
No, because if I saw you doing that, I would say something. I mean, it is seriously, it's a legal risk for the city. You cannot be texting, communicating with other people. You can't be, looking things up on your phone. And so we would have to shut that down but we wouldn't see it if you were doing it remotely.
So it seems to make sense to qualify.
And I think it
quasi-judicial.
could be
Yeah.
just an honest mistake as much as it could be something else. But if you're looking up, somebody's talking about a location and you're Googling, other situations or that can't happen.
I understand it can't happen.
So
yes.
it creates a legal risk for the
Well,
city.
then let's just
And
say-
again, it's about conducting the business of the city, not about you getting to have a voice in the decision. It's about the business of the city.
Yeah.
And so I could probably live with the other two, but, and I don't know, city attorney, do you think if people are potentially, could they participate in the discussion but just not vote, or?
Well, this has evolved significantly. At the start of the pandemic, we had a policy that was very, very, very strict. Over the course of those few years, the courts have generally become a lot more comfortable with participation in a remote fashion as not necessarily as a hard and fast rule impacting due process. So then you get into all the different granular things that could happen, and how do you prove it, and do you have a record, and that's appealable, or because quasi-judicial matters are on the record appeals. That's the only thing the court looks at. And so I would say that there is a way to do it. That's why other jurisdictions are doing it. I haven't done a survey of all of their policies to, see how they are doing it and handling this. I tend to err on the conservative side of, there's more than just the same facts in a quasi-judicial matter. There's evaluating the credibility of the witness and their motivations and what they might be saying. And I don't know enough about the technology that's proposed, but could you, in reality, be able to see who's testifying and evaluate that? There's probably a way to do it, and the risk of challenge on that basis alone probably declined greatly unless there were some other factors present would be my estimation. But I'd probably want to drill down a little bit more into how some other jurisdictions have resolved this. I would think that if you can't see and you can't participate fully, yeah, you don't get to vote on it. And then it becomes a question of why at all, I think, for rhetorically, right? Yeah.
But when we have,
The what? Oh, that you have to vote.
Microphones.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
sorry. City
When-
clerk was reminding me that if you are a participant, you are voting, right?
when we
To
have,
make that
I
point.
think the charter says that if you're
Yes.
participating in the meeting, then you have to vote on an issue unless you have an
conflict.
ethical or conflict.
Right, and in other words, no abstentions type of thing.
Right.
It's usually
Okay.
when we invoke that provision.
Oh, interesting.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
I did not.
but the
know that.
quasi judicial issue is beyond just what happens in the meeting, right? I mean,
Yeah.
For
I can't
sure.
be doing stuff outside of a meeting also.
Absolutely.
And so we have an educational process for all of us, and then we trust that everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing inside the meeting and outside the meeting,
Prior to.
right?
Yeah, between continuances.
So I don't know that participation electronically is any different than, well, did you do something you weren't supposed to do outside of the meeting?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of us trusting. It's a matter of
Sure.
applicants. And if, this is why you never take out your phone in a quasi judicial hearing. Because even if you're texting your husband to say, I'm going to be home late tonight, if the decision doesn't go their way, that raises the question of what you were doing and we can't defend that if you're not here. If you're here,
Well,
you show the
you
text
can,
that
you've
says
got, you
what time
can
is it.
discover what was on my iPad, what computer I was at. I think it's discovered all the same way. Just as they could say, well, Susan, you were talking to all of those people who were involved in this before, at breakfast somewhere, whether I was or wasn't, right? It's the same allegation.
well, they would
And
have
you're either doing
to,
what you're supposed to do or not supposed to do, right?
right? They would have to have something to base that on. And there have been cases where we're in the middle of a hearing, we take a break, and council members have gone down to the audience. You're like, you can't do that.
Right.
It's lucky that no one there ever challenged that, because we
Right.
don't know what you said, and we can't defend that.
Well, you can defend it. It's just, it's he
It's
said, she
difficult,
said,
yes,
right?
yes.
But I don't think it's any different. Did you do something wrong in a room in San Bernardino, a hotel room in San Bernardino, electronically, versus did you do something wrong outside of the council meeting? I don't see that there's a difference in terms of proof and exposure to the city, whether you were participating electronically or doing something inappropriate down the street at somebody's, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do think there's a difference when the audience can't see you. It's not me trusting you, it's them, the applicant, and those people trusting you.
I think we disagree on that.
So, anybody else have thoughts?
It seems to me that there's a consensus building that we should, quasi judicial is an exception to this.
Is that a
That's,
consensus?
Yeah, I guess we just need to figure out.
I've
can
heard
you
two opinions,
participate or
and then
not?
and maybe a third, and I don't know where everybody else is.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
well, I was going to
microphone.
say, hey, we're back to the same thing, that it causes council a huge problem.
So I guess I would just ask, maybe you just go down the line and if individual, because there's actually gradations within this. To be super clear, so that what we bring back to you is the best reflection of what we think we're hearing,
Okay.
I would request.
Starting with Counselor Fisher. Number 2, give me a comment on each of those 3 items.
I thought we already had consensus on public hearings and executive sessions,
Okay.
that we're okay, and so I am still okay with allowing electronic. And the way I would answer the quasi judicial question is that if I were one of 2 max people who happened to be hybrid on the evening of a quasi judicial hearing, I would have no problem excusing myself from that. So we already have a quorum. I would understand,
Okay.
I'd be okay with not participating in that portion, in the quasi judicial. And I would be okay with not, I mean, I might watch it on YouTube, but, you know, I would be okay with not expecting to be able to ask questions. I think
Yeah.
somebody's asked that.
So you're saying no then, no to quasi judicial?
I'm saying it's
So
fine.
you'd be
it's fine with
okay,
me.
you'd be okay if it was no.
Yeah, it would also be fine with me. I trust that, like Susan said, like Counselor McGuire said, we're under the same oath and the same expectations. So I'm actually okay with the way it is. But if my fellow council members would rather not have me participate, because I'm one of maximum 2 people who is not there, I'm okay with that. Does that make sense? I know that's sort of all.
Okay.
Well,
maybe we might have to circle back, but we'll, yeah.
Because I have a question with respect to your comment is, well, what if you are, when you said, but we already have a quorum? My comment is what happens if we lose the quorum because you're remote? And
Well, we would because
We always have a quorum.
What I meant by,
we would still have 4.
yeah,
You're saying
yeah,
because-
a quorum here in
We
person.
won't have a meeting if we have more than
Okay.
2.
Yeah, that's what I meant by that.
Okay.
So I think that's a thoughtful approach. So I would say no voting on quasi-judicial matters remotely. You could participate, listen to the meeting,
And let me, so
and so on, but you could not participate remotely in the quasi-judicial matter.
as you were talking about that, and I don't know if this is still true, but question for the city attorney, from the CML training that I went through however many eons ago, if you, for example, in a quasi-judicial hearing, if you express a conflict, you have to leave the room.
That is always my recommendation. It is to avoid any kind of influence on the proceeding.
Okay, so, and I know that's different as a conflict, but I just wanted to clarify that. But so, okay, so we have a,
Which you couldn't do, you couldn't influence it if you were remote.
right, but you could if we were still allowed to participate in the discussion. Ask
No
questions, make
participation in the
comments,
discussion.
and
Yeah.
just not vote.
But there may be other matters that evening, more than just the quasi-judicial.
Right, but you could participate fully in the meeting, and then to Counselor Fisher's point, when we get to the quasi judicial part, you could either drop off, or you could
Listen
sit
silently.
and listen. Turn your camera off. or
But
what-
completely drop it. I think for purposes of clarity in the record,
Okay,
that is pretty important.
okay, that you would completely drop off.
Or, I mean,
Or just
I don't know
not
about
say anything.
connection, but don't say anything, it's
Okay.
just listening if you want, or go get a cup of tea. But, who the decision makers are and who has the ability to extract testimony
Right.
and evidence and weigh it and deliberate
And I guess
on
that-
it.
yeah.
And all of that should be the same.
And that plays into the point that the clerk raised, that is our charter, you said, or that says that if you're participating, you have to vote. Okay, so while I appreciate that comment, I actually don't, I think it's either you get to participate and make comments and vote, or you don't. It's the options we're considering. So given that, you're a no, okay.
I'm,
Wait, I you're a yes, I'm sorry,
You went back past
I knew you
Susan.
were a yes, I'm sorry, I knew you were.
Well, but
Okay.
I wanted
Yeah,
to
let me
say the
make you-
reasons
say
that
it,
I'm a
though,
yes is because, like Counselor Fisher said, we are all bound by an oath, and we are all expected to act with integrity, and we have all been trained. And the fact that we are participating electronically, in my mind, bears no more risk of you acting inappropriately than the fact of you walking down the street and encountering something related to whatever the quasi-judicial matter is and acting inappropriately there. It is not the fact that you are remote that gives you an increased risk of acting inappropriately. So for that reason, I would vote that we do participate remotely in the quasi-judicial.
Okay.
Can I clarify as we're going down the line here that if the other 2 items aren't mentioned, we're assuming?
Well, I'm
it's a
sorry.
yes?
I'm okay with public hearings, and I'm okay with executive session.
And Counselor Robinson as well?
Executive session.
You're okay with those 2 as well?
And
Okay.
Mayor, do you mind, at least for me, I didn't understand, Counselor Fisher, are you yay or nay?
I'm okay either way. And if we end up in a split, we'll have to circle back and put her on the spot.
Exactly. I've already expressed my views about where I am on hybrid meetings. And so what I want, but we're past that. We're going to have hybrid meetings. We're going to restrict it to just 2. There will always be a 4-person quorum. We've already stated that. With that, then, my view is I'm fine with public hearings, quasi-judicial, and executive sessions, based on the fact that we're going to have them, and those limitations have been placed in there.
So people can participate
Yes,
remotely.
I'm saying yes to all of those. And with the quasi-judicial, that you're there, but if for some reason you drop off and you can't come back in, right? That's what we've kind of said. You've got to be there for the whole deal. And, right. And we don't have to worry about 2 of them dropping off because the 4 are already here and we got a quorum.
Now, it's 4 members of council are a quorum.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
That's what I meant. No
Yeah.
more than 2.
Right.
Not counting them.
Right.
I
'Cause
just
the
want
mayor
to be
can't
sure that
participate
we're
remotely
all
anyway.
understanding
And
that.
Right, and I guess just to make sure, like I said, I think that's exactly where I am, so I just wanted to just ask one question, though. Because I thought I heard you say, hey, I know other jurisdictions are doing quasi-judicial and they make it work, and you haven't polled everybody, but you're
That's
not.
anecdotally-
You don't have from a legal counselor position here of you saying, hey, this creates substantial liability for the city, so therefore I'm recommending against it. That's not, I did not hear you say that.
That is not what I am saying.
Right, and so in the absence of that, I stand by what I said.
I would say, just to sort of clarify, as long as you can maintain whatever the devices and levers are being pulled, and we have a lot in the air right now, but as long as you can maintain the integrity of the record, the ability to evaluate testimony, the testimony and evidence is everybody knows what it is. Everybody has an opportunity to hear and participate and elicit testimony and adequately deliberate and express reasons, just like we do regularly, right?
Right.
Okay. Counselor Eber.
I am okay with electronic participation in executive sessions. I will note that the same concern of an executive session breach is sort of an ethical problem and it can expose the city to litigation as well. And it's the same thing that we're talking about with quasi-judicial. So if you're trusting people to behave well enough in attending an executive session, you might then feel comfortable with the concept of a quasi-judicial. I am also okay with electronic participation for a public hearing. That leaves quasi-judicial, and my comment there is, we started with a discussion about whether or not the business of the city can be effected or effective, conducting the business can be effective by remote participation. And if you're telling us, or if it's a concern, that a person who isn't able to be there to see the facial expressions, who is not able to evaluate all of the evidence presented, as well as somebody who is in person, then that person isn't able to conduct the business of the city well enough. So we've kind of gone against ourselves by saying you can participate remotely, but you can't participate in quasi-judicial because you're missing something. So, with that said, I would be opposed to them because I do think something is missed when you are remote. So I would be opposed to quasi-judicial if we were starting from scratch. But because we're saying you're a qualified person to participate, to be a member of the quorum, then in essence, the default is that they should be able to participate in a quasi-judicial hearing, even with that limitation. So I think if you're allowed to participate, it leads you to a conclusion that you get all three.
Okay. Counselor Heller.
I'm a little on the fence. The 2 are fine. Quasi-judicial, that's why I asked Councilor Fisher where you were. That may make a difference. I guess I lean towards allowing it, but really am struggling a little bit with that one.
Okay.
Maybe
Well, that's
similar
as
to
clear
yours.
as mud. But
Can I ask another
yeah, we
question?
got 3 yeses, 2, I'm okay either way.
I will just.
I mean, and
I think, if I heard Counselor Fisher, the preference would be to allow it. She just was, if it needed to go the other way, she could live with it.
That's exactly
Okay.
right.
So
Well,
I
okay,
guess
I'd be okay.
I'm, what I'm interpreting, and I'm purposely throwing this back out to the group to make sure that everybody agrees with this, and so we don't end up with the same dynamic that we had last time, is that while there is still some wrestling going on, a majority of council is giving direction, or not voting, giving direction to staff to allow for electronic participation of all 3 categories.
Well, and let me
That's
make
what I
clear.
heard, and I'm the no vote.
Well, and let me make clear for me is I don't think that you should be participating in a quasi-judicial remotely because I do think you cannot evaluate all of the factors as well. But if you're going to start with the premise that being at a meeting is okay, then you are forced to then, in my opinion, allow them to participate in a quasi-judicial.
And so Councilor Eber.
So I'm against it, but for the fact that we set up a
So,
ground
so let me,
rule
but so let
that
me
allows
throw
it
this
to
out
start
then.
that way anyway.
Right, to the, and I think you make a very good point. Although I think that the, the participation in, for example, this discussion, if you're texting on your phone or doing something else, or not going to name names, you happen to have a little side conversation, which is also not allowed during quasi-judicial hearings, that does not have the same ramifications. So you're able to participate, levels of participation are not, don't have the same ramifications in all settings. They have much stronger ramifications in quasi, and so I do think, I think you make a very good rational argument, but I actually think there is a difference.
So with that said,
But-
Counselor Eber.
Yeah, are you yay or nay?
Yeah, thumbs up or thumbs down on quasi-judicial?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, and I'll just help and I'll get off the fence and say yay.
Okay.
Okay. I think you're exactly right. There is a difference in the expectation for quasi-judicial. It is a higher standard.
Yeah.
And I think it is difficult to achieve that standard remotely. And if we have agreed to have 4 people here present, a quorum, to handle that matter, I don't believe if you're remote, you have the ability to vote or should have the ability to vote or participate, because you cannot be policed in the same way. And we're saying that we're counting on the ethics of people, but who knows down the road? And you could be on your phone, you could be looking at the Google or other things. You could be distracted. You could have dog barking in the background, and have to be on mute for a while and so on. And it is just not the
But
same.
it's the other way. I see it the other way,
Yeah.
okay? The issue is going, no, that's not the thing. It's the question of saying, hey, how do you feel at the end of the day? What I'm saying here is, if I'm remote, or if I'm going to be gone and I want to come in remote and there's a quasi-judicial, I'm recusing myself. I'm not going to participate because I don't feel like I can do the job. You're operating from the standpoint, hey, somebody could come in and we don't know what they'll be doing and whatever, and we got to worry about them. We got to rely on the integrity at the end of the day, but the part of that integrity is do the job, do what is required. I know I can't do the job. I'm not going to do it. So if I'm remote, I'm not going to participate in quasi-judicial. That will be my choice. We're not saying, hey, if you're remote, you have to. I mean, it's you have the right to, but I'm not going to do it. But let me just ask one question, because we were talking about we always have 4, and that's what we're saying, right? We're always got to have 4 here, 4 counselors? Okay, just so I can say, by definition, you don't need to have a restriction on how many people can be remote. By definition, you've already defined it. If we don't have 4 people at this council
Well, that's-
meeting, it's going to be canceled.
But we did it, all we have said is that a maximum of 2 people can be remote for any meeting. We haven't said what happens if there's not. We haven't said.
Okay, well, but
But-
that's part of where I'm coming, because I thought If there are 4 people here,
Yes.
always, I stand by what I said. I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, it's, you know, we've had meetings where there are just 4 people and 2 of them are missing.
Yes.
And if 2 come in.
With quasi-judicial
Come in.
hearings, to be clear.
Yeah, and quasi-judicial, well, yeah, quasi-judicial and other things. I mean,
So just to try and make sure that we are being very clear, not that we're counting, but there is a majority of council giving direction to staff to bring back a policy that allows electronic participation for public hearings, quasi-judicial, and executive sessions. I'm not dismissing or sweeping under the rug any concerns or wrestling or anything else, but we have to come out of here with a direction.
Sure.
So that's all I'm trying to
And
do.
I'll make it clear for where, the rules of the game are that if you're participating remotely, we have deemed you qualified. I am allowing you to participate in quasi-judicial hearings because you are deemed to be able to affect the business of the people. Therefore, automatically, you get to participate.
Understood. So Mayor, I guess I
Yeah.
would then.
I think that's the
I think
consensus.
we have direction on what is on the screen.
Yeah.
I do know though, however, from the sounds and comments that council members have made, there may be some specific direction you would like to make sure that we hear as it relates to some of the language that was in the amended participation policy itself.
Yeah.
That isn't necessarily covered by these broad policy questions, just maybe some more specifics. Is that correct?
I did have, I mean, so given that, and so now with this process, any changes have to be proposed in writing and presenting in a meeting, and then we have to vote on them. And so as I was reading through the policy to implement this direction, we've already talked about the limits. The section, can't read my writing. I don't have the same, I have the paper packet. So I'm looking at the proposed. Okay, so yeah, let me find where I am. It's the part where it says the clerk will make 2, it's 12. So policy 3, section B, number 12, page 2 of 6. And it says, if a connection of a council member is lost, the city clerk shall make at least 2 attempts to, no, the city clerk is here helping running the meeting in person. If you drop off, that's on you. So that needs to come out. We're not gonna, the city council's not gonna, or this clerk's not gonna do anything.
Hey, Mayor, just one point of clarification. Completely agree, but the city clerk may have to admit us back in if we try to re-enter.
That's fine, yes, but the city clerk's not gonna make attempts to reconnect you. If you can't get back in, I'm sorry, you can't participate. And then it says that, I don't even know that it needs to say, if technical difficulties impair the orderly processing, of course you can continue it, but. Right. Then, section C1, we've got to rethink now.
I'm so sorry, Mayor. So take out that last sentence of number 12? Okay.
Yeah, I think you can take that out and take out the section about the city clerk. And now I think section C and D, this is what we had, right? We only allowed electronic participation for entire meetings, and we only allowed it in very specific circumstances. Now that we have set some limit, there was a conflict there because if there were no limits to how many people could be remote, then we could end up with an entirely remote meeting, which wouldn't be allowed. So, but we fixed that. I think we can remove COVID-19 and just say, and is it really the case that, kind of going back to the point of, if people can participate remotely, do we only want to allow entirely remote meetings in some sort of public health emergency? Or is there any time where we would want to allow an entirely remote meeting?
I think you keep this the
Me
way it
too.
is.
Yeah.
It
For
happened
public
so fast, it would be
emergencies,
nice
yeah.
to have it. I mean, just from my experience, I think it's nice to keep it.
to keep only for public health emergencies?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we'd be silly. I mean, we kept saying, how many times do we have the conversation? What are we learning from this and what are we going to do differently?
No, I just
next
mean, we only allow you don't want to allow any entirely remote meetings for any other reason?
Not at this point.
Well, we can't, we'd have to change the policy. The policy right now says you cannot do it unless it's a public health emergency. So, okay. And then I would suggest, I guess we can just leave all those things then, and we also have the same thing about quasi judicial participation in entirely electronic participation that has a bunch of stuff in there that they have to agree and they have to, and I guess I'm not sure why that's all that different than.
That I have said, we need to take a second look at some of that stuff,
Okay.
right? I mean, it's, yeah, I know that there's a lot of people that thought, even at the time, that was extremely conservative on my part. I thought, what was the harm in that front?
Well, I think that makes sense. I think if an applicant has a concern that their matter isn't going to be appropriately heard, then we're just setting ourselves up for, yeah. But, so I don't know if we need to leave all of that stuff in there, but I think setting limits on no more than 2 remote participants kind of addresses most of my concerns. And that thing about the clerk.
Let me back up to that.
Yeah.
If we are having 2 people remote for a quasi judicial hearing, do we want those same releases or acknowledgements signed?
I'm going to be looking into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, sorry.
And the issue with the clerk, I mean, I think the clerk making attempts to reinitiate connections and something is different when everybody's remote and we need people so I don't know whether that needs to come out of those other sections as well or not, but generally, I can live with it the way it is, that's fine. So limiting it to 2 remote participants per meeting addresses most of these other concerns and conflicts. Do people have other comments? Okay.
Not on that. The only other comment, never mind.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have reached some consensus. Yes.
Can I confirm that the limit of 2 per meeting will be first come, first serve? And that there's no limit as to how early ahead of time that can be
You put
reserved,
language in there about they have
requested.
to notify you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the earlier the better, and I guess it's kind of,
I think it's first come, first serve. You notify and you're in, and if some third one
And then
comes,
the
I
other
mean, it's like,
person,
then
if
at
somebody
that
else
point in time,
says-
they've got to, the third person's got to advise and going, okay, are you going to show up or not? Please advise, because you're not coming in hybrid, but you got to let us know whether you're going to come.
It also
Then
gives
you
you
won't have a
more
quorum.
notice
Right,
to
exactly.
change
Right.
things.
If there's a third person, you have to reschedule the meeting.
right, or something.
Or
So-
reach out to
The
the
mayor's gotta
first
be
2 and say,
informed.
we're not going to be able to have a meeting.
Are you sure you can't
guys-
be here? As a staff, I think we would prefer the most notice possible. So the first in line approach was what we would recommend. It also might incentivize then council to, ooh, I want to make sure I'm remote. I'm going to go ahead and get my notice in as soon as possible, which again is nothing but helpful for us.
I mean, and I think the concept of first come, first serve is a little difficult because really, 5 people can say they want to be remote. It just means that we can't have the meeting. So
Right.
if you're the third person, it doesn't mean that it just means we might have to change the meeting, right? So
Well, again, and
But
again, there's a situation that if somebody says, I go, hey, I would like to be hybrid in this meeting, and you come back and say, we've
already got 2 people.
The point is that at that point in time, I have a decision to make.
Yeah.
And I probably will try to reschedule whatever it is I'm doing. I may not be able to, in which case then I'll be telling you that you don't have 4 people. But I'll probably try, I mean, so.
Or the
it
option,
works.
there's
There's the
options.
option. And with that, I'll be the first one to notice that I'm going hybrid,
Yes, okay.
because I've got to
Earl's
run,
gotta
and
go.
I apologize.
I guess the one thing that didn't address is that we did say 2 people remote. That assumes that everybody else is here. So I guess maybe it needs to be reworded to say that we need to have a quorum in person. Because if we don't have a quorum in person, then we still, yeah. And that's the same, it's just a different way of saying no more than 2 people remote and/or absent. So, yeah, we have to have a quorum in person for the meeting. Okay. Because that would throw a wrench if we have 2 remote people, 1 person completely absent, and we have a quasi judicial hearing and somebody drops off, and then we're in just a mess. Okay. All right, any other comments or, yeah?
Mayor, I'm in need of a brief bio break.
Okay.
Just to be clear, so we have to present to you in writing for you to then consider at the following meeting?
The in writing is just for the rules of procedure?
Yes, but we still need to then update that. So
Yeah, we're gonna update
my
that.
point is,
We'll
so at
present
the
the-
next meeting, we're going to present to you that in writing, and then you'll vote on it the following meeting. We've got some additional research and things that we've got to do, so we will not be voting on this at the next meeting.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 8:55. All right, let's, Earl's gone, that's right, okay. And I guess, I imagine the clerk already noted that for the record, that Counselor Holen had to leave, or Mayor Pro Tem Holen had to leave, okay. Moving on to Resolution 22, Series 2025, approving and ratifying change orders to the construction agreement with Halcyon Construction, Inc., concerning the Quincy Farm Historic Barn Rehabilitation. Manager Black.
Hello again. So I am going to start from the very beginning just to make sure we're all up to speed, but I will keep it as brief as possible. So City Council approved this contract to rehabilitate the Big Barn back on September 3rd, 2024. So construction got underway immediately, and we got right into the project. And then staff brought a resolution to council the following month to increase the contingency for the project. So the reason for that increase was that the first two change orders on the project were for asbestos remediation and electrical work. And those took most of that original 5% contingency straight away. So the original contract was $754,000. With this resolution back in October, City Council approved an additional 10% contingency to bring the new contract total to $829,760. It also adjusted the contract duration from 120 days to 160 days. Again, based on some of the issues we found right off the bat at the beginning of construction. So this was the first major building project on the east side, and this is the first time we were really getting an understanding and learning all of the surprises about the utilities for the project. And really the utilities on that entire side. And this proved to be very challenging. So I can go into more detail, but just to keep it quick, the electrical, sewer, and water services that we needed to tie into, none of them were up to code. Some of them were so deficient that they needed to be replaced entirely. And also, another big change was the barn foundation was missing large sections. So we had potholed a section of the foundation before the project started to get a sense, before we went out to bid, what the foundation looked like and how it might be deficient. The side that we potholed looked okay. There was clearly work that needed to be done, but there were footings, there were stem walls. It's what a foundation should be. So that was the first side that we tackled during construction, and then the contractors switched to the other side, finished that work, got to the other side of the building, and the foundation on the side that we had not potholed was missing footings entirely, missing stem walls entirely. There was a section where our best guess is I'm not sure if they ran out of concrete or what, but they had thrown a log in, is our best guess, because there was a cylindrical hole in the middle of the foundation with some wood chips at the bottom. So that's our best guess is 100 years ago, they ran short of concrete and they were like, well, this will fill the gap. So we ended up having to correct all of those deficiencies that we had not anticipated because the other side had a foundation that was in pretty good shape. All that to say, we didn't truly find out the scope of all of the issues with the barn until we were into the project itself. The good news now is that all of these problems have been addressed. So we issued the substantial completion for the project at the end of June. At this point, we're just working with the contractor on final punch list items. So no additional cost is going to be incurred at this point. We've already had multiple events in the space, and we've heard from the community how much they already cherish the barn. You can see a picture on the screen of the Big Barn grand opening event. We had a horse in the stall, and kids just loved it. So at this time, we're requesting additional contingency just to close the project out. So again, the current contract sum is up on your screen. The additional contingency we're requesting is $49,131.11, bringing the new contract sum to $878,891.11. Also, so that's change order 18. Also included in tonight's resolution is change order 13. So staff administratively approved this change order back in April. It extended the contract time an additional 60 working days because we had hit April 30th, which was the original extended time. We're still working through all these problems and wanted to obviously finish the project. So staff had approved that administratively back in April, and we realized after the fact that the authority to extend contract time rests solely with City Council in this contract. So we've included that in the resolution, really just to tie up that loose end. So again, the resolution that's in front of you tonight approves both change order 18, which increases the contract sum to what we need to close the project out, and ratifies that change order 13. No supplemental appropriation is necessary for this item despite the increase to the contract sum. So when we approved last year's budget in December, staff hadn't received the invoices from the contractor yet for November or December because the budget's approved in early December, work had just finished in November. So we estimated the 2025 budget very conservatively, not knowing how much of the materials and labor cost would fall in 2024 versus 2025. So we were very conservative in our estimates that more of that work might fall in this year. However, we received the invoices and they were quite a bit higher, falling in 2024 than we had estimated. So we still have plenty of money in the budget to complete this contract, even with the increase, without having to do a supplemental appropriation. So I do have the recommended motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I don't do a lot of construction work. The word contingent to me means we might need it, we might not. Something has to happen first. So maybe that's the construction word for it, but basically it's just an increase in the total cost.
Yes.
I had a similar question though, because usually I do a lot of construction in my work, and it's usually not used when the project is completed. It's usually a set aside for, and it sounds like you've already done the work, right? The additional work, the foundation, and
Yes.
so it's not really contingency anymore.
The way our contract is structured is a little bit strange, and we found that this, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say strange, but we have found that it also is a little bit confusing for contractors. So that's something that we are working with the city attorney's office in future construction contract templates. Because the way that it works now is that our contingency gets included in the contract total, which does get confusing, especially for contractors, because, so to give you a sense, the original bid for the project was about $718,000. The contract with the 5% contingency was $754,000. Sometimes that can be confusing for the contractor too, because then they see the contract and they're like, oh, we're doing $754,000 worth of work, and that's not quite it. Yes, so typically it is. And at this point in the project, the contingency and the not to exceed amount are the same, because we've reached the end and we're asking for just the exact increase in what would be the contingency, but we know that that's exactly what we'll be spending.
And just to sort of add to that, the resolution itself and the change order are just approving a new contract sum. Yeah. So that's the bottom line.
Yeah, okay. All right, other questions, or I'd entertain a motion if there's one.
Go ahead.
Microphone, yep.
I move to approve Resolution 22, Series 2025, approving and ratifying change orders to the construction agreement with Halcyon Construction, Inc., concerning the Quincy Farm Historic Barn rehabilitation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. To resume our fences adjacent to state highways conversation, and whether or not we want to provide any direction to staff. So I guess the first question, to see if we have reached any consensus on, do people think a change needs to be made or not?
No.
No?
I think that a change in the nature of a variance permitted in the event that you want to update your fence, but it will impact your significant landscaping, I think that should be made. But I don't think that I don't think we should grandfather in the fences.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so there's that option, which is to modify the approval criteria for a variance to contemplate fences and landscaping. The other is to add language to the code in the fencing section that would effectively be a variance, but wouldn't have to go through the variance process. It would just be an allowance in the code. So that's food for thought for council as well.
Okay, and that would, I would presume, be some sort of administrative
Correct.
approval then to determine whether that's.
There would be objective criteria that, making this up on the fly, right? There's 3 or more trees with 10 diameter DBH, thank you.
Something.
Right, there would be an objective list that if you check these criteria, then you could essentially replace your fence. Or we can amend the variance criteria and still go through the public hearing process if that's council's desire.
Because the variance criteria applies to all variances, right?
That's correct.
That's where I struggle with a variance, is that it's not, this is the variance criteria for fences, this is the variance criteria for this, and it's a very high bar.
And
That's
all
correct.
9 criteria have to be met, and
Yes.
hardship and those kinds of things. And that's typically, hardship is typically the standard for variances, right? We've had this
Yes,
discussion.
that's why the BOAA hasn't met in 7 years. I mean,
I do think there's a way that we could write additional criteria related to the hardship that contemplates this
oh gosh, let's
particular
please not
condition.
discuss hardship.
I will tell you, I still offer to you that what rules you ever make for the next to a state highway are different than everywhere else, and it doesn't really open you up to claims of, well, then, I should be able to do it in my other zone. You should change the rules for the other zone, for the other conditions. The variance, though, now takes that out of your control in that somebody could say, well, unless you wrote it in that it's only for fences that are adjacent to state highways and it meets these, that would have to be explicitly in there, or then it could be.
Yes, like I want to build my pool there and I'd have to cut down trees if you
Right.
don't let me do it. And,
Exactly.
yeah. Okay. Where were we in this process?
so-
Yeah.
I think we started with a general consensus that we would like to see a change in certain sections of our fences along state highways. So my question is, if we were to create, whether you call it a variance or not, an exception for, in particular for trees, would we send letters to all of the homeowners? Because how else are we going to let them know that, that we're going to incentivize them to somehow?
Well, I think in this
Repair their
scenario, I think that would be applicable if we went with Counselor Robinson's suggestion about like a 2-year amnesty or something. But if we just had in the code an administrative approval of something else based upon landscaping, then I don't think you need to notify anybody when they come to apply and they're original, and they see
Well, then
what
we're not
the-
incentivizing them.
No, this isn't an incentivization program.
Or we're not encouraging them. Why not? Yeah. Why don't we want to somewhat encourage them and let them know
Well,
that
and why don't we
maybe it
encourage
would be
people who
easier?
have complying fences to fix their fences?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
people either are going to fix their fences or they're not.
I think,
I disagree.
well,
No,
I guess
there
we
is
don't know what
absolutely,
they're thinking, but
yeah, there is absolutely one person who has been waiting for 2 years to see what, and I don't even really want to bring it up because this isn't about accommodating one person. But I know for a fact of at least one person, I would actually say 2 people, who have not repaired their fences because of the burden of the new code.
But they would likely, whether it was for 2 years or just indefinitely, they would likely take advantage of the new.
They would.
Either way.
But they would need to be notified that.
Yes, agreed,
You know,
but-
if it was a time-limited thing. I absolutely understand, because I like the incentive part. But we would need to notice a lot of people potentially to say, hey, there's this opportunity. So I could, I still prefer the grandfathering. I think that's just cleaner. I think administrative approval criteria, again, you can never contemplate every scenario, and no matter how hard you try. But I could probably live with I don't like the variance, but I could get around administrative approval criteria to allow for that.
Maybe I'm losing track, it's late, long week. Is it the 25% over 8 years?
Yeah.
Is there some way to change that so it doesn't incentivize keeping the same fence and over 8 years, replacing same for same, still grandfathering, but changing the criteria so it's tougher? A different approach.
Does the like or better concept address that, do you think?
Well, like doesn't, I don't think, but maybe better does.
Well, I think, so the like part, this fence here in the middle.
On the right?
Yes, this is the homeowner that has been wanting to fix this fence for 2 years. They actually don't want to, they want to do something nicer than this. They have the landscaping issue, and they have an issue around otherwise the 8-year process.
So the proposal.
So the grandfather wouldn't 100% address their concern, because what they want to build an entire brick wall. But again, this conversation isn't around what one homeowner. The concept was, okay, if you want to just make this look, if this had brand new wood in between those brick columns, it would look a whole lot better.
Right.
Right, but then that's their choice, okay? If you want to build a brick wall, great, but you will have to. I feel like I'm trying to meet people halfway here, like I'm trying to give you an option that works for you, that doesn't require you to cut down your landscaping, that doesn't require you to spend 8 years trying to rebuild your fence. And if you want to do something else, then that's a whole nother ball of wax, and you just need to go with that.
Mayor,
but-
just say again what you propose, because it may be where.
So my suggestion was like for like, If you, with same height, same opacity, same materials, you can rebuild it exactly where it is. Anything else, you comply with the code.
So go to the picture of the concrete wall. Can we go to the
Not
picture of
this
the
one, but
concrete?
the other one.
No, the one that's,
That
that
one.
one. So you'd let them rebuild that?
I would.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not my house, but if you want to, if you want to rebuild that,
Yeah.
like for like,
My feeling is if there's a landscape issue, I understand that and I'm willing to work with that. Otherwise, you ought to comply with what the code is. That's my feeling.
And my no was based on the idea that we would be able to handle it through the variance process. And I understand the difficulty with the variance, but I think we could add to those 9 other criteria a 10th or whatever an additional one is that specifically is there to address the landscaping question.
but they're never going to meet the other 9 is the problem.
No, I
So
like
that's why
Paul's
they're never
idea
gonna
of making.
Well,
it
and Paul's idea of
administrative.
doing it
I think that's a good
administratively, I guess that's a close second to me. I would rather have a group of our fellow citizens figure out that is meritorious to give up that type of thing. The other thing I just thought of a little bit is, we're a member of Tree City USA, and I don't know, what are the requirements? Does Tree City say that we can't cut down big trees, or that we have to offset for every one that we cut down? We have to have another caliber
I'm not as
of-
familiar with that program. I'll defer to Manager Black.
There's nothing about, it doesn't do any regulation about trees on private property, from what I can recall. It's about how the city treats its trees in the public right of way, and that we
So hence we-
encourage the planting of trees, but beyond that.
So it goes back a little bit to our Franklin discussion when the trees got cut down too, but we didn't find that there was anything the city could do, and it didn't impact Tree City USA, but same thing here. I guess the other thing is, when you look again at the slide that you had before this that showed the wooden fences, that the one on the right-hand side, I guess my comment is yes, there's a lot of landscaping behind there, but, could they design a fence that still meets code, that protects the trees that are of significance, but doesn't otherwise preclude them from complying with code? And that's a fact by a case-by-case analysis. So
be
just
there.
walking in and saying, you've got 10 trees over a diameter of X, or whatever the criterion is that we're going to put in.
Well, right
Excuse
now,
me.
I think the answer to that's no.
Right, one of the other approval criteria for a variance is that there's no design alternative available. Doesn't say more costly, less costly, more aesthetic, less aesthetic, just says that there's not a design alternative available. There is probably, I can't say certainly, but there is probably a design alternative for them to meet the fencing requirements and still keep the landscaping. The fence would just be on the other side of the landscaping,
Like
thereby.
20 feet back or something,
Correct,
not,
correct.
like way on the inside of their
Correct.
property.
And all I'm trying to say is that, look, through the variance process, I was willing to try and accommodate some historic trees, and, just because somebody chooses to do a landscaping a certain way doesn't automatically mean that it should be protected. But if we now have historic trees that are of great significance, we should probably try and accommodate those. And so where I was going is, I would hope even if we do something administratively, we would be very suspect isn't the right word, but we would be very demanding in terms of trying to keep the intent of the original code of not having a canyon, but still allow them to preserve significant pieces. And when you say landscaping, I'm more interpreting that as horticulture and trees than it is a raised flower bed, for instance, or a berm that has been vegetated with something light. I mean, if somebody had a
Well, and
price.
this is exactly why I
Well,
don't
but,
like the administrative, because it's very subjective. But
Well, I mean, if it's somebody's prized collection of roses and relocating them would be very difficult, that's one thing. But
Is
if
it?
it's a
I mean-
bunch of geraniums.
I don't know,
mean,
is
I
it,
know
I
that-
like roses, trees, I don't know, that's where it gets, that's why I don't like subjective criteria. And that's why I went, and that's also why I don't like the like for like or better, because who decides what's better? And that, I just don't like the subjectivity of it, and that's why I came down with a manageable, workable, objective compromise is to say, we have lived with these fences. I mean, this fence is probably, this house was built in 1935. It's almost 100 years old. The road was much smaller then. There was a huge gap between, I don't know when the fence was built, but there was a huge gap between their property line and the road that was public right-of-way. That public right-of-way has now expanded to fill the entire right-of-way. So now the property line is right up against the road, but it wasn't at one point. That's not their fault.
But I think that's a significant thing to remember, right? That these homes were built and these fences decades ago, and the roads were different, and they have expanded to take away the right-of-way.
Yes.
I don't think we can impose that on.
I agree.
I think we need to have some sort of grandfathering of these existing fences, but we have to have an incentive for them to make them better. And so I do think we could define what like or improvement is. If it's just like, we're going to force it to do wood. What if he does want to put the brick in there? That would be better. So we could do it based on, as the city manager said, the type of material.
But I want to clarify, though, that, when we talk about, the house may be 100 years old nearly, but University hasn't been widened. I mean, I moved here in 1963. I don't think University itself has been widened since I have, in 50 years.
This is
I don't-
Bellevue.
Well,
No,
and
this
I don't
house
thi-
is university.
Well, and I don't think that Bellevue has been widened since probably 50 years. So I mean, my point is that the roads have certainly expanded since original construction of the houses, but this has been the configuration of our state highways for a long time. And this fence probably was not constructed 100 years ago.
Probably.
No, I mean, I say that with tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But, the point, I think, is.
Although the brick columns may have been.
The brick columns are certainly more recent. But the point is are we trying to help those people that have significant vegetative situations along state highways? That's really the crux of our question here, is we're not questioning the idea that we want, and that doesn't go to attractiveness or anything else. It's just some people live along state highways that come with certain difficulties. And do we want to help them out to give them an incentive or a way to update a fence to address those negative things about living next to a state highway? And, I just got to believe, I'm not unsympathetic to the plight, but there are all kinds of, and due respect to our city manager's comment that it's not presidential, but there are always things that are being put on people around the village that they're not happy about as a result of government. And this would be another one of those things that, if you gave here, it should be given somewhere else. And
Well, it's not a matter of whether they're happy about it. It's a matter of the fact that they're not going to fix it if it's going to stay like that. Because they're not going to do it. They've been waiting for 2 years. They are not going to comply with the new code. So, as the council, we can either,
So if they don't comply with the new code, their option is to go without a fence.
no, their option is to have this.
Well, until it falls down. And
then
then
they
it's a
can-
nuisance.
Then they can replace, different sections of it, but.
Or go without a fence. But those
Or
are
they can
all
replace sections,
voluntary
like
actions by.
25 sections of it. or 25% of it at a time, but yeah, I mean, they're like.
But those are all actions that are voluntarily chosen by a property owner. They're not being forced on them by.
No, but the idea is to make it easier for them to have something nice that would benefit everybody if it didn't fall over and look like that.
Well,
Because that's where this came from, right? Is the benefit to the community of not having a canyon. It's not a benefit to the homeowners to not have a fence canyon. They don't look out at a fence canyon out of there. Like, that's a community benefit. And so the idea here is to make it easier for people to spend their own money to have something that looks better for the community. And if we've
Mayor,
made it so difficult that they're just not doing it.
I can support your approach, and just to clarify, we're talking about just on state highways.
Yes. And just the part of the fence that's on the state highway. So in this case, I believe this fence kind of goes all the way around their yard. I don't know what the requirements would be for the other areas and what's allowed and what's not allowed. But
We're
it would
not
only
addressing
be
that
for the
tonight.
section of fence that's along the state highway. That's area
5.
5.
Yep. So I'm supportive of what you're.
I'm supportive of it as well.
Well, we'd have to have 2 more. I'm sorry, I am absolutely in support of this because I am hoping that it's going to make a change.
Yeah.
I am in support. Well, I still think maybe we could, even though it's 9:30, discuss a little bit more, maybe doing it for a shorter period of time.
My concern about that is that we just end up in the same situation.
And then we can
You know,
change it, and then we
yeah.
can do it again, or we can extend it. I mean,
Because it isn't,
you
again,
guys made
I
all these changes, and it doesn't look like anybody did it.
I just
There
don't
are
want to
co-
be, I want to be very clear that we're not making any changes to accommodate any specific individuals
I
who happen
understand,
to
and I
have
agree
failing
with-
fences right
Right.
now. Right.
Okay.
But. No, on the state highway, just that section. I could get behind a time limit. I think that it's just kicking the can down the road because then somebody else's fence is going to start falling down.
Does it
and-
create an incentive, though? Just-
But it does create an incentive if we notice them and.
We'd have to notice them for sure.
Karen, what about a longer one? Would that help kind of bridge the gap, more than 2 years? So you're right, we're just going to be in the
Yeah.
same boat, but if we make it a little bit longer, we're in the same boat a little bit later down
Right.
the road.
Yeah, right, yeah, 5 years is fine. I just want to make a statement.
Yeah. I could get
to,
behind that.
you know, to encourage anybody who is on the fence.
Unintended.
You know, that, okay, well, we have 5 years to do this.
Yeah.
And in that, I think that the other thing to consider is that there's always you could always consider a variance, right? I mean, what's to keep them from anybody from coming and saying, but we have these huge trees and this is in your master plan and this is whatever, and we're a tree city and we're all these reasons. I understand the list. I understand all of that.
I think
but-
the thing that in speaking to this homeowner in particular, the obstacle is that the belief is that that is a very intensive process involving attorneys
Oh,
and
okay.
money, and only to then be denied because the criteria are so.
But not Paul's administrative idea.
But administrative idea,
I like
would
that.
also be potential. Or, you know, maybe there's some combination of those two, where there's a grandfathered like for 2 years or 5 years, and then there's an additional administrative exception for landscaping on an ongoing basis or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because my point is, if it's a landscaping issue, then the administrative process addresses it. If it's not a landscaping issue, I think we as a city want to eliminate those canyons. And if there's no landscaping issue, then what is the difference between replacing it and replacing it as is, or replacing it in a manner that complies with the code? That's why I think the administrative process addresses the issue.
That may depend on your fence.
Yeah.
You know, that may depend on your fence. Like if you have brick columns that you don't have to replace, you may not be, you know what I mean?
And these
That may have
these
an
brick
expense
columns
issue.
are original to the house.
And that's,
Well, I mean, it is a cost issue, and, you know, these brick columns are original to the house, I do know that. But they're not spaced at the right spacing for the current code.
but there's a thought that they would qualify for an administrative if it's a landscaping issue.
You know, maybe, yeah, go ahead. Okay, so,
I'm asking for your vote. It's 9:30.
okay, yeah, so we've got, on a grandfathering for some limited time frame, how many people are supportive of that? And do we need majority of present or majority, I mean, I'd prefer consensus, but, and then it sounds, the other two are, yeah, I'm just kind of
I mean,
direction.
yeah, direction. What do you want us to bring back to you next time?
That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Bring us back X.
Right? And so if there's a disagreement among city council right now, and we are now absent a member, I hate to say it, it may make sense to wait and see what
Oh, my gosh.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, but my comment would be is,
I mean,
I would be okay with
also-
if you want to know what I would like you to bring back, I'd like you to bring back the administrative criteria to look at to approve it administratively. And I would like to proceed through that avenue. If you're not going to allow me to use the variance because other things are so difficult that it'll never happen, then it should be onerous. I mean, I don't want to tie
Onerous
Paul's
doesn't
hands
serve the
completely. but-
community, though. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Making it hard for people is making them not do it.
But
If we
making them
want them
not
to do it, we need to make it easy.
But we don't want them to do, we don't want them, as Earl started out tonight, we're supposed to be a village of no fences, so we're not encouraging fences. If we're encouraging fences, you're right, we should make it easy. If we're not encouraging fences, but instead we're saying, look, we recognize the hardship you have about being next to a state highway, for that, we'll try and mitigate that problem. But it's a decision of every landowner whether or not they've got a fence.
Councilor
Some
Ebert,
people-
are you asking that we bring back an administrative framework so that you can compare the grandfathering approach to the administrative one? So if we don't have the administrative one for you to look at, it's harder for you to compare. Is that really what you're saying? If so, that is direction, and we could bring that back, and then you could all have a comparison conversation that's more specific and less ambiguous.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't love the grandfathering one
I hear
because
you.
I don't, but comparing that,
I
would
just
be okay with me.
I don't see a situation where you guys decide tonight.
We're not.
And so now the challenge is, what do we bring back to you?
But I guess, so with that being said, I think what I have heard is that there are people who really don't like the grandfathering and the comparison doesn't matter. And so at some point, it would have to turn into, I just don't want to, this has been a year. It's been over a year.
Yeah.
What more information do you need? I don't think a comparison is going to change your mind.
No, and that's
And
why I
so
said if you're going to make
it's-
me choose between A or B,
And
then
so that's where I'm trying to
fruitful.
get to,
So
is
maybe
we
we
don't
just-
have to be, we're not going to reach consensus tonight.
But maybe at the next meeting, you
Yeah.
vote.
Can I clear up one thing? I think the whole purpose of the administrative process is to make it easier for people if they meet the criteria. Paul, I thought I heard you say there would be reasonable alternatives, that might be allowed and the like. To me, that's the whole point of the administrative process. We
Yes,
want them to have a new
that's-
fence, we want them to comply as much as possible and find a way to do it without killing big honker trees, right?
Right. And I guess that if the landscaping component is probably the most significant concern I have, but it's not the only one. And so if landscaping is the only concern, then the administrative process addresses that. If other things like, you know, I don't want to have to take down my 100-year-old columns, and so I'm just going to let it look bad, if that's okay, I would prefer for them to rebuild that wood than have it look like that. But that's me. And I think I've heard that from a couple of other people too, but there's definitely not a consensus. But, you know, we didn't have consensus on hybrid meetings either. At some point, we just have to move forward. And so I feel like a small group is leaning in favor of letting them rebuild it the way it is or otherwise comply.
I think you have 3 out of 3, so I'd say half the group.
And I don't remember, I mean, I don't know where Earl
I was just going to
stands.
say, if I could do my best channeling of Earl, he went on his rampage on a discussion about don't wanting
We have
fences, but
fences.
then after that, did he turn around and say, but grandfathering makes sense? I don't recall that part.
We had
but-
talked about it at our weekly meeting, and he said that he sort of saw the logic in the grandfathering thing. But then tonight, when he spoke, it didn't sound that
Yeah.
way, and so I don't know.
Mayor,
where he is.
maybe the suggestion is what Chris said, just bring us both. Let us get our eyeballs on it with the idea that next time, no more
Yeah.
year and a half,
Well, and
2
keep in
years.
mind, we can't vote. All of this has to go back to planning and zoning.
Yeah, direction back, but at least
Yeah.
have that direction next time.
But
But then if we had option A and option B, it's easier to get your arms around
Exactly.
providing
I'm
us
a little
direction.
worried about cutting planning and zoning out of the loop of developing administrative criteria, and I feel like the direction to planning and zoning either needs to be come up with an administrative process, or, you know, come up with a grandfathering process, but not, we've already vetted everything and here, go do exactly this. That's not our job.
What if you directed planning and zoning to come up with a solution to properties like this?
Well,
And
we
let
already
them
did
choose
that,
whether
and-
it's A or
yeah.
B.
We already did that, and they brought back suggested changes to the fencing ordinance. This was a year ago. We approved some of those changes. They did not propose changes to the state highways, and when the council considered it, it was raised then like, oh, yes, let's approve all of these, but what about this?
Yeah.
And so we've already gone through that process with them.
Well, but you haven't gone through it with them on state highways, is what you just said.
Well, we've gone through we did kind of go through it with them. They just didn't, state highways didn't rise to the top during their conversation, and it did in ours. And so if we need to provide direction back to them to say, you need to consider more state highways, and rather than having them consistently try to guess what we're thinking and provide us something that we will approve.
Well, Katie, you're saying two separate things, because you're saying we shouldn't tell them what we want because it's their purview, but we should tell them what we want for their
We
purview.
should tell them what direction we're leaning, but not be prescriptive.
What if instead of you all bringing us those two to compare, those two go to?
We can certainly do that. My concern would be, I think Planning and Zoning Commission is going to be split like council is on this issue. And I think it would be helpful for them, to the mayor's point, to have some indication of which option council would prefer.
But
Well, I
ultimately,
think-
they're in a different spot because they could vote.
What's that?
They could vote.
Yes.
They're a recommending body, and they, you
Yeah,
know.
they
But I
could vote to recommend. And
I mean,
so
we
the
can discuss
people-
it again.
The majority wins.
Yeah.
We can discuss it again on the 19th. Worth Earl here, but not these two. But I think what's going back to planning and zoning is council is split and is looking at these two different options and trying to figure out a way to,
They're looking for
And
your.
what do you guys
Maybe,
think?
yeah, so maybe we could, why don't we
Do
do
that.
that?
Yeah.
And say,
Yeah, I like that idea.
yeah.
Yeah, I like
okay,
that idea.
Good. I think Earl would be supportive of that, actually. Okay. The City Government Citizens Academy, and I will turn that over to City Manager Kramer.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As a follow-up to the, oh, wait, it's not on my screen. Why we've been having this problem all night.
What, technical problems?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is in our packet, yes.
Dave says 159.
So as a follow-up to a recommendation by Councilor Robinson, staff has put together a framework for a local government citizens academy. We talked internally as a leadership team, leaning heavily on the police academy, Citizens Police Academy, came up with a very tentative framework of what we think would work. We looked at a lot of factors like staff availability, the calendar. There are a few holidays coming up, including some midweek holidays that impacted the schedule, a couple of Jewish holidays that impacted the schedule. We talked through some of the basics about a minimum class size, especially a minimum class size. We really didn't think it would be appropriate to have 3 attendees with 4 staff people, 3 council people, all staring at them while they, anyway, I think you see where I'm going with that. We don't contemplate necessarily, the Citizens Police Academy, the chief puts on a good show, and there's a lot of active involvement that I don't think really was the intent for this recommendation. Not to take folks out to the shooting range, not to do a evasive driving course. This would be more of a almost like, an informational kind of situation. So what we've come up with is in early August, we would post and advertise for potential attendees. Got to be current residents of Cherry Hills Village, obviously. And they really, because we are contemplating 3 sessions, that's not nearly as many as the Citizens Police Academy. I mean, it's less than half. So we thought it would be a good idea. It would make sense for somebody to sign up, take one of those available spots, and then only be there for 1 or 2 of the 3 meetings. So we'd like to have people commit to all 3 meetings. Minimum number of 12 participants. And then we thought a maximum number of 30, because we would likely do it in here, but we also would likely provide some basic food and drink and maybe even dinner. So probably would be impractical past a certain threshold.
Let's hope that's an issue.
Agreed, right? I mean, that would be a good problem to have, right? And then the session dates and topics you can see on the screen here. We do have them in the right order, not because there's a magic to the sequence, but more because of staff availability more than anything else. So there would be one of these meetings, I believe it's the September 17th, that would, if I'm not mistaken, that is the back-to-back with City Council and the Academy, correct? I believe that's right. So Wednesday would be public safety. That would be mostly the police department led by the chief. And then I believe South Metro has agreed to pop in for 10 to 15 minutes, provide a little bit of overview on the fire safety. The session 2 would be more of the local government administration, which would be led by finance, looking at budget, taxes, long-range financial plan, but then also community development, master planning, zoning, really, sort of talking about the future side of looking at the community. Session 3 would be focusing on public utilities, streets, parks, water, and sewer. We did talk through that because we do have our own water and our own sewer district or services. I do think Jay would be able to do that in-house without necessarily having to bring in an external agency on that. So that really is the schedule. The dates are pretty well vetted out. We realize that maybe council members who want to attend may have a conflict on one of these nights, but given all the other limitations that we have with room availability, holidays, and staff availability, these are the dates we came up with.
Hey, Chris, one question. Well, first, compliments. I think this is really great. With respect to the dates, what's the intended purpose of this? Is it to get people to apply for commissions? Is it to run for city council? And depending upon the answer, is there any magic to when you run this? I know it fit with schedule, but, you know, should it be close to an election, close to next time we we go through the process of filling boards and commissions? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, we did it based on as soon as possible, because the sooner the better. I think the intent, as I heard the discussion from City Council last time, was both of the reasons you mentioned, to provide avenues for folks to learn and become more engaged with local government, allowing them to either apply for boards and commissions, which often serve as a pipeline into folks running for city council, but also folks who want to just go jump straight to city council. So if that's the case, not necessarily trying to tie it to a specific milestone or date, let's just get it going and start it and have it as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
So thank you for putting this together. I think this is fantastic. So to the rest of the council, I mean, my purpose in thinking about this was really brought about by attending the police academy and seeing the robust engagement and enthusiasm of our members, and then juxtaposing that with the lack of interest in our commissions and so on, and then thinking about city council down the road and just raising awareness of, and also questions that I get from my constituents indicating a lack of awareness about city government. So I think that this could be a positive for us, and seems like you've designed it in such a manner that the burden is fairly minimum to the city staff. That was one of my concerns. So I think this is great. One question is, I think that we ought to, somewhere in here, have a little bit of attention to what are the commissions and what does city council entail and be involved in, and so maybe that could be worked in there somewhere. And then I would encourage, if we go forward with this, my fellow councilors and the mayor to think of 2 or 3 people. I have 3 already that I would want to send an email proactively to and invite them to come, and also wonder whether an article in the Village Crier might kind of seed the impact, the interest in this as well. That we in the August. Is it too late for that?
Today was the deadline.
Yeah.
The crier.
To have something in the Crier about it that we could
We have an
advertise.
article ready to go,
Just in
case you guys approved this, so.
Okay.
So we wrote one, assuming.
Go ahead.
Okay, and my final comment, I would suggest 10 is the minimum.
Well, whether the number is 10 or 12, it's not important to me. I do think this is a great idea. I think the opportunity for our citizens to become more civically knowledgeable, more civically engaged, if that's what it leads to. But I think we're in a world right now where many people don't know what governments can and cannot do. And, you know, I think an overview of these things that are listed here is really good. But I think that the one thing I would suggest to be part of the evening is, each evening, is a robust question and answer period, because questions that we all get as mayor and council members may not necessarily be covered by something like this, but somebody always has, there are a lot of questions that people say, what do you do up there? You know, what does it mean to, you know, have my voice heard in the village? So when we're talking about, I don't know, master planning and zoning, you know, people say, well, yeah, I come to a public hearing and I say my thing, but that's really the only way to get involved, right? And I go, no, that's not right. But I think that, you know, this is step one in what could become a great process of leading towards civic engagement of our community.
And Councilor, I agree with you. I think we were intending for all 3 nights really to have it be a very interactive process. And when you look at what the chief has done with his, it would be a failure on our part for one person to sit up here for an hour and lecture. Paul and I were talking today that it may be a good idea to kind of almost end the night with almost like an activity Interactive process where folks get to engage in things that they've heard throughout the course of the night. Paul and I talked about maybe there's a way there for them to do a community visioning exercise. I'm sure the chief has got 6
Ask
or
them
7.
about fences on state highways.
Maybe he can shoot some of our attendees with, a taser or, so something, right? So I do think first of all, I think it should be interactive and not a lecture. Second of all, I think we should try and end the night with a fun activity that leaves them walking out of here kind of buzzing. So I'm with you.
All right, Counselor Fisher.
So, yeah, some of that, thank you, Counselor Robinson. I had some of the same comments about making it more interactive. And I think for part of that could be a promise of council involvement and some people, we would invite people from our boards and commissions so that maybe a couple people were at each of the, all 3. You can pick one or 2. And sort of have not just a Q&A, almost like a ask us anything panel, fireside chat type of thing. A small comment, just from my marketing background, it's called Citizens Police Academy, right? This should be called Citizens Local Government Academy, just for the same, just to be parallel. And then maybe frequently asked questions, kind of what you were saying, could be kind of interesting, or especially if they're slow to start to ask questions, we could start with that, and then I would say how to get involved all 3 times, how they can get involved.
Yeah.
How they can get involved if these things interested you, the things in the topics of this night. This is how you get involved. So just to keep sort of drumming that in.
Yeah, Counselor McGuire.
I think this is great. I will pile on with what everybody else has said. But I think you need, at your first meeting, kind of an overview of the whole, and then.
Schedule, goals.
No.
And of the city,
I
right?
mean an overview of the city structure.
Oh, yeah.
So how does the council fit in? How does the city administration? Where does the police fit in? I mean.
South
so-
Metro Fire doesn't work for us.
Right.
Neither
And
do the schools.
So more an introduction to.
Sure.
This is your city structure. I don't know that you need to go into, I guess for the geeks and the nerds, you could go into and maybe you should because of what's happening, the city or the charter and home rule, that could get a little dry, but it's kind of important.
No, I would agree. I think that's all sort of kicking things off, right?
Yeah, kind of a kickoff. So, and then you think about what are the things that people interact with the most in the city, right? It's like street repair and snow removal, fencing, building codes. I know that's under master plan and zoning, but you might want to, because
Use
that's
the
something
words
people understand, what happens when you want to remodel your house or build a house, kind of thing.
I guess I would just say the things that are in the parentheses are really to give a flavor.
Yeah.
I think
These are just-
building permits, all that is the snow plowing, that's absolutely included under the streets.
And can we ride in the snowplow? we could
Jay's
ride
not,
in the
Jay's not here, so yes.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding.
But you can go mow the grass on the side of the street. We're gonna let
right.
everybody mow their own patch of grass.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And I would suggest you send it out to more than 1 or 2 people. You send it out to your mailing list,
Yeah.
I would say I think we would love to get council's initial read on your potential attendance with these dates in mind. So you don't need to tell us now, but maybe over the next few days, if you could just shoot us a quick email saying, I plan on being all 3, I can't make any, whatever it is, but just.
I cannot be due September 10th.
Can I just ask why the Thursday rather than Wednesday on the 25th. Well, that's our HOA annual meeting at my house.
It was Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, Rosh Hashanah.
Day, it's not on Thursday.
Okay, well, I think the consensus is great job, and thank you for the suggestion, and please move forward. The next up is Planning and Zoning Commission member terms. And that's Clerk Gillespie.
Good evening again. We have 2 Planning and Zoning Commission member terms ending in September. One will be, they're ending their 4th term, another ending their partial term. They both have decent to excellent attendance records and both desire reappointment. So we're seeking council direction on the reappointment of the members, one or both, and if just one, then 2 council members to review applications, conduct interviews, and make recommendations for appointment for the other position.
And Laura, just since this may be, we haven't done this a ton with the new council members, this is our typical process where when they express interest in being reappointed, we start with a check-in with council to see about that. And only if then we don't want to go down that road, do we then begin the process of interviewing and everything like that, correct?
So also just as a reminder, or maybe it's new information, we do have a policy that if a person can fill, if they're finishing their first term and they want to be reconsidered, our policy is that we can just opt to either reappoint them or not. But after they complete their second term, right, the second term, our policy is that regardless of whether or not they want to be considered, we would go out and at least publish that there's an opening. And we have not always done that. Sometimes we have just decided to, so we can decide to just reappoint someone without doing that. I personally am a big fan of that policy, and I think was the one who proposed it back in the day, because it's just too easy. We have great volunteers, they're doing a great job, they're showing up, but it's just too easy to let inertia take over, and then it really affects our pipeline of new people who might be interested in serving on city council or moving to different commissions. And so it just becomes a smaller and smaller group of people who have any institutional knowledge. And what happens is the more we don't follow that policy and we just reappoint people because that's easier, the more it looks like we're firing somebody when we finally decide to go out to recruit, which I'm sensitive to the fact that these are volunteers and, just sensitive to the dynamic. So my recommendation would be that we try to be better about doing that recruitment process every time.
So Katie, I'll suggest that we approve Sheeta Lahabi, if I've said that correctly, since she has just finished up a partial term, but is not yet done one full term, and that we then ask for applications to interview for David Wyman's post, and if we don't find somebody that we think is as qualified as him, that we then would move forward with approving him. And I'm happy to help interview if other people are not interested in doing that.
Are there openings on the commission right now? Or is it fully staffed?
It's full right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would concur with that.
Yep, okay.
Same here.
Okay, and then I am also happy to, when are we going to be doing these interviews? What do you think the timing is?
I think we're going to have it in the August crier, which means the deadline would be later in August, so interviews would be early September so that we can get the appointments done before.
I'm not going to be able to volunteer to do that, but.
I'm out of pocket most of September also.
Yeah, okay, so other
But I could do it
people who are
electronically.
available.
I probably-
Bridget has to be at college on September 9th, so I will not be available that week. Okay, so Counselor Heller and Counselor Eber. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And nobody's arm wrestling you for it. Okay. I mean, are there people who would actively want to do it?
I've done it a lot, so I'm happy to yield and give other opportunities. So I mean, whatever's.
All right, well then let's, you guys arm wrestle for it and pick between you. Who's going to do it? It'll be Counselor Heller and,
You could both do it.
okay, well, so why don't we say Counselor Heller and either Counselor Robinson and Counselor Fisher based, and you can just, whoever's available, and you guys can figure out amongst yourself who's going to do it. Yeah, okay.
Excellent.
Thank you, everyone. I love having too many people. Moving on to reports, I don't have much to report. There was a great editorial released on Monday by the cities that have joined together in the lawsuit against the state. So if you didn't see that, I think I saw it in the Denver Post, but it's around, and I thought it was very well-written. And there's no news on that front. Been in contact with Greenwood Village, and nothing new to report on that. So, Councilor McGuire.
I have no report.
No report, just a question on that, is there's really nothing for us to do there?
There's nothing for us to do, not yet.
Yeah.
The state has not even yet responded. I don't want to say, because I don't know, I thought I heard somewhere that the state asked for an extension. Okay, for their response. So far, they haven't even gotten to that point yet.
Because we had discussed, I forget what the legal term is, I'm not an attorney, but.
Amicus brief, amicus or amicus, I never
Amicus
know
brief.
how it's pronounced. But
Is
that
that
wouldn't be
Pronounced
until
both
much
ways, but
later.
that wouldn't be, so we're at a district court level, and a brief would come at the trial, at a appellate court level. So that's,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
We will let you know. Greenwood Village will let you know.
Yeah. Counselor Fisher.
No report other than I really enjoyed the Big Barn reopening. So thank you for all your work on that. And I also purchased art. I should have said that when the art people were still here.
Counselor Eber.
Thank you again also for the Big Barn opening. That was a lot of fun, and obviously, it's a great addition to the village, and the people who were there found it to be a wonderful, wonderful activity. So I think it kicks off a whole lot of interest in the property. It kicks off a whole lot of additional work on the property and a lot of responsibility for all of us. But I think it sets us on the right path, and it's exactly why we did it. So that's a good thing. I attended the CML annual conference the end of July, or excuse me, the end of June. And a couple notes that came from it. Probably the biggest thing that came out of it was, as Katie mentioned, the land use legislation and where we are on that. I attended an interesting session on parking minimums and whether or not cities are moving to eliminate parking minimums. Interestingly, CML had taken a position when the legislation was coming forward in opposition to it, and yet the presentation was given by people who were absolutely in favor of getting rid of parking minimums and talked about all of the reason why there should be no parking minimums. So it was a...
Well, remember, CML just opposes the state making that decision, not the policy necessarily.
Yeah. So it was a lot of discussion about why cities might want to consider getting rid of parking minimums. It was a good presentation, obviously. The concept of the litigation for the land use came up. There was an interesting seminar session that I attended about how governments can go forward with net zero implementation. Specifically, North Glen and Eagle did presentations. I mention it because our master plan had one of the newest, best additions that we came up with in this round was how we can incorporate sustainability and greening government. So there were a lot of ideas that came out of that, a bunch of contacts that came out of that. And so I think there are ample opportunities that if we want to move forward and kind of come up even with, the ideas of how to get started, I think it was a good way to jumpstart that. So that was good. It was a wonderful opportunity on how to, meet and interact with a lot of our colleagues from different municipalities, also counties. I think that it did only reinforce the fact that we live in a great place and we are lucky not to have an awful lot of the concerns that other places really do have. The other part that probably came most out of the conference was there was an awful lot of discussion about budget issues as a result of the federal budget cuts and the implications it would have for municipal governments and for state governments. So the bottom line, huge cuts, huge inability to backfill monies that the feds are taking away from states, and therefore the states are taking away from localities, that it just puts more and more pressure on localities to come up with ways to finance their different programs. The state alone, as we all probably know, had this year's budget was a $1.2 billion decline from the prior years. And there were specifically discussions from some of the more rural areas in the context of the fact that severance taxes were one of the funds that was rated or borrowed from as a result of the state budget cuts and trying to come up with other areas. Different members in different cities all had their respective areas that they wanted to talk about, but the idea was that localities are going to have to do more with less or just do less as a result of these budget cuts. At the federal level, there was an awful lot of discussion predominantly about Medicaid. At the time, there were a lot of discussions about the potential sale of federal lands and whether that was a good thing or a bad thing for local governments. But all of them, the general sentiments were that all of these cuts, from an operational standpoint and politics aside, were that they were huge negative implications on how to run municipal governments because of a lack of funding and having to figure out how to do more with less. That's what I would say for the highlights of the CML conference. On my Dr. Cog hat, Bike to Work Day was July 25th, or June 25th, excuse me. And by all accounts was a great success. Thank you to the city for having our station, and everybody gave us great comments on behalf of the plan, and apparently the turnout was huge, and they were very happy with it. So, and then finally, I just wanted to confirm that I'm not goofing up the three people to my left on city council members by my not being here on August the 19th. I've already talked with one of you, but I want to make sure that if I'm out on the 19th, it doesn't goof you guys up that we don't have a quorum.
Yeah, I think everybody else will hear. So thank you for that.
Good, thank you.
One quick, the board elections, were those announced like in place that day or?
Correct.
I was looking on the website, I didn't see the results.
No, in fact, they were they had elections for board members of the small, medium, large, and very large. I had been able to talk to a couple of you. Mayor gave me some suggestions on who I might vote for in my hat of voting for the different people. Our person from the city and county of Denver unfortunately did not win. The person who is the mayor of Grand Junction, I think you would.
It was actually, it was.
And then you had given me somebody
Castle
from
Rock.
Castle Rock.
Yeah.
That person did win, I
Okay.
believe. I'd have to go back and double check. I didn't bring my records of it. But
Okay.
it was announced, and I can look that up, and I'll just shoot emails.
Because I looked
to-
on their website, I didn't see any
Yeah.
kind of announcement. Yeah.
I'll
that'd be
send
good.
that to Chris, and then we can send that out. But there were a number of people, especially interestingly in the smallest city category. There were a lot more people who were interested in being on the board than there were positions. But then by the time you got to the major cities, I think at one point they had 3 positions and they had 2 candidates, or 3 candidates, I think it was, that they filled every position with it, the number of candidates. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Counselor Heller,
No report.
City Manager.
Paul?
No report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you to those counselors that did attend the grand reopening and previous Quincy Farm events this spring. I'll pass your kind words along to the Land Preserve as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work on this.
Just a reminder, this year's National Night Out event is Tuesday, August 5th from 4 to 7 here at John Meade Park.
Awesome. Thank you. City Clerk? Any-
We also have movie night coming up August 16th. And our August 5th council meeting is canceled, so everyone can go to National Night Out the whole time. And I wanted to remind everyone to send me any proposed charter amendments by August 22nd, so we can continue on that discussion.
Thank you. City Attorney?
That was it. You covered it? No report. The only report that I have, I think you're going to start to see a lot more articles like we had in our last weekly update. The mayor mentioned one tonight that was not in last week's meeting because it came out on Monday, or last week's report. But we are going to try and give you as much of the information that comes out regarding the housing legislation. We have seen a sharp increase in the amount of nonprofit / watchdog activities that are occurring. They are doing a lot of research on what individual communities are doing. So we will likely be named in the work that is done by a lot of these nonprofits. And it wouldn't surprise me if we then popped up in some of these news stories that you're going to see. So don't be surprised if we get listed on some sort of naughty list of some kind or another. So we will do our best to send that information to you as we get it. Just look for that to sort of be a new feature for the next number of months in the weekly update.
And then can you mention that Greenwood Village's last city council meeting, their approval of the cell phone tower?
Yes, so at Station 37, which is down University, south of Bellevue, the City Council of Greenwood Village proposed and approved a 75-foot cell phone tower that is attempting to cover one of their holes that they have in the community. Looking at the model, it does appear that will have some spillover effect into Cherry Hills Village, positive.
Just the corner at University and.
Yeah, I want to say it goes 9 to 12 units, lots deep only. I mean, it's not a huge spillover effect, but every little bit helps.
So I think that's just an interesting context, as there is a lot of, I think, misinformation in our community that Greenwood Village has already solved this problem somehow, which is not true.
Correct.
And B, there was information that they were voting to remove that cell tower because of the impacts, and that also appears to not be true. In fact, it was the opposite way around. So just as our helping to keep the facts straight, as this dialogue continues, I think it's just important for us to be aware of that, so.
And I was told they had almost nobody show up in opposition to it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. She said she heard they didn't have many people show up in opposition.
No, but they did, and I think there were some write-in complaints as well. So they did have, but I mean, for a 75-foot tower, it sounds like proportionally it was probably
Very
less
small,
than you would
pretty
expect.
mild. Yeah, okay.
And the profiles changed.
Any feedback from Greenwood Village on the underpass?
Well, just before you go to that, I just say that profile changed because that firehouse is no longer staffed.
Okay,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, nope.
We reached out and they said they would need to look into that. It probably will take a little time for them to consider that, simply because the biggest impacts and the potential cost impacts are going to be on their side due to the lack of sidewalks to get to the underpass, so.
So I spoke with somebody on the city council over there who said that there was not support on the city council for the light.
For the light.
And she had not heard about the underpass and was interested in it.
Yeah,
That's all I can say.
I think the city council in Greenwood Village is letting the residents know that it does meet warrants, but that it also needs Cherry Hills Village approval as well. So it's a way for them to handle the situation.
Yeah. Okay, well, if that's it, we stand adjourned at 10:15.
Don't you need a motion?
Oh, yes, I do. Well, yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, second. Awesome. Thank you. Exactly. Because if that didn't happen, we wouldn't be adjourned. We wouldn't be able.